did it last night. It saved the profile so I could start doing it again. Anyway, let me out this course.
He's almost here. Is he? Just call me.
Did it last night. There we go. It saved the profile so I could start doing it again. Let me out this course.
He's almost here.
There you go, man. We'll set it back over here. Item. Did it last night. There we go. It saved the profile so I could start doing it again.
Recording too?
Yep.
He's almost here.
Streaming it, recording it.
Right, so there.
Recording too?
Yep.
He's almost here.
Streaming it, recording it.
Right, so there.
Recording too?
Yep. Streaming it, recording it.
Right, so there.
Recording too?
Yep. Streaming it, recording it.
Right, so there.
Yep.
Right, so there.
great time. Let me know if you guys have a great time.
My name is Thank you.
it's separating that rain cool air, right? You get that nice core. There's a nice wall cloud right there. And basically, yeah. So, yeah. Cool. Well, this is my first time hosting an event, doing something like this. So I hope you all enjoyed and enjoyed me running my mouth, talking about storms and stuff. And I also wanted to leave this speech with, what are we going to see this season? Especially with El Nino in effect this season, warmer sea surface temperatures help produce hurricane development, tropical storms, and I have a feeling we're going to get something good. Maybe remnants from a tropical storm. And historically, if we get a good surge of tropical air, they've been significant rainfall events as well as good storms if instability could find a way. But yeah, that's basically my speech. So I hope you all enjoyed, and I'm glad that everybody's here. And this is not just an event where you hear me run my mouth and us great speakers speak. This is just a time where we can all just hang out as a community, have a good time, stuff our faces with food, like I said, and thank you all for coming out. All right. That makes sense.
Chat with mom.
Yeah. Well, right, so if you guys want to move your car, park to the north side. My favorite part of the food. Yeah. Staying in the food, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, there you are.
Sorry.
You go ahead, sound good.
Hey, Randy. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I saw it. I was gonna I just look at it now. Oh yeah, no, I don't. It's the subject, especially creative evaluation it's just stuff to be prepared. Oh, I know. It's like when you said we were sitting next to each other. When you sat down, no, you know what though? You can be a contestant. It takes an analytical mind to be able to do evaluations. I suck at them. So I would suggest maybe if you got enough, well, you got another class to take, right? Yeah.
Sand them out. But I followed that before. No, that's what I've been following.
It's so small. We'll CTO.
Yeah. I found myself a little corner. Like, yeah, this is great. Good chair. Feels comfortable.
Right. And
Speaking in front of people.
My social media stuff. Yeah. Run my city here.
Are you recording too?
Yeah.
Are you live streaming?
No, I'm just recording.
It's already.
Hey, so we can use your laptop. Yeah.
John Gordon I put that video up last year.
Yo. Yeah.
Jeff, are you ready? Oh, yeah. I feel yourself and training so it's very exciting.
Yeah, I'm glad. Yeah, you know, this is, I thought, you know, always wanted to be all day to hang out. So, yeah, it's really exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Nice to see you, man. Thank you. You know, I might do it. Yeah. You know, never know, like, you say Chris, and like, really uses that, he knows my Chris. Yeah, that would be hard.
Find the tornado.
Yeah. Well, I used to.
So do you live here?
No, I live in Southern California.
Okay. Yeah. So you go all over the place.
Oh yeah, he loves it. He gets project he works on.
Yeah.
Yeah, appreciate it. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's not quite as well known as it is out here.
You get some intense stories.
But I mean, I live in Riverside.
Okay.
Out here, right here, is really prolific.
I was gonna open up the speech like open Arizona Chase.
So that's why I hit hard every year.
So you live close to that crazy guy then?
Oh my God. I live like,
Oh man, I'm sorry.
yeah, I know. Trust me. I had this unfortunate misfortune.
I love your shirt. My name's Patty. I'm from the Dan Finelli Yes, I work with him at AdNet. I always say that we have common friends. I love your pictures, by the way. I love your pictures.
I feel bad for him.
I know.
But he kind of brings it up.
Yeah, he's a surfer. It's just, but anyway, yeah, so you know all about him. Okay. Yeah, it's, but I have no media because they can't do that. No, I cannot play with Port Capital. I don't know if you know.
Oh, he's over in...
Well, he's at the office. Yeah, him and I are friends, good friends. So him and I are always like, nice to meet each other, up to date on you know. Anyway, that's everybody calls it Kmart. Yeah, so it's
known that well.
well anyway.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to do it.
So if you use from now on, at least for fall,
But I went out last year to Rio Verde, Mountain Hills.
we're just doing easy weather.
And if you do that,
it'll automatically tweet it on the eBay
store
page. So make sure you have it on the But we'll use video now.
I'm like in a bubble. 20 years I've lived here, and I feel like I'm in a big bubble. Oh yeah, we did. I did contact. Yeah, what's that? Actually, when I first moved here, I moved here in 1995. There was a huge storm that came off the rim. And Tatum Bell, there was nothing there. I'll never forget this day. And it was a supercell storm. And that's really the last time I saw something like that. You could see there was nothing else. And that's and that was the storm that came through. You probably heard about it. The one that ripped off all the roofs along Union Hills all the way out to 119 mile-an-hour winds at Deer Valley Airport. It was that storm. That storm.
So Mike's going to go hit to Nebraska today. We're out there. Oh, they're starting to bloom again?
Well, just some.
Really? Yeah. It's been crazy. It's just like rain wrap, really,
I went to New York the day before. I missed pretty much the whole monsoon. Oh, nice.
Rainbow got
I left for New York the day before. I came back after 10 days. 2 inches of rain in my face. Really nothing else all the summer. Oh my God. I recorded photos. $25 to keep your backyard. I mean, you hardly have to look at it because it never rains. So I have to everybody was
I'm still chasing.
yeah, it's like,
nice, Josh.
You have to look at it.
Yeah. I'm still chasing some California crazy.
Yeah, I remember. We're real close to the border. I was riding with him for 2 days. We just took the van bro. We rode around in my mom's Bronco and we toured downtown Phoenix. That's when he got that really good South Mountain picture. Which he put in his calendar. I'm in his calendar. Yeah. Yeah, but he was okay because McDonald's was next door. So every morning I'd go pick him up and before he went over to stay with Randy at the home, which was the big room he had and all that. Oh yeah. We took him over to Buffalo Flats or whatever and they got this. It was fun. And then like 2 days after he left, we got nailed. Remember that?
Like, what is that?
We just get that massive baboon.
Yeah.
I'm like, what? Right.
And then all of a sudden I was sitting there messaging, hey Mike, look.
He left. I know.
I can't believe it was so deep.
But he got the special husband. He got in there. Footage with Shannon.
No, it's very cool. I've seen
better.
I mean, I don't know if it's only on TV right
The one that-
people are doing that or taking photos or just sitting
That was the one where he had to back out pass. Or no, he drove out, but they had a back-facing camera. Remember that? And it literally, as they're pulling away, it's just getting blacker and blacker. And they're like trying to. Brandon was making us work. The Elmer. We had the backward-facing camera, I remember. And it was just like, you guys were going balls to the wall, and it was just coming. Got out.
Yeah.
I'm Will.
Will, good to see you, Will. We chatted on all the time. And Riverside, all that stuff, going to Vegas and all that.
Why is nobody talking?
I gave him my card.
Oh, you did?
We
were doing a tour. That was the first day of the tour. We busted
It's like it's on Denver. It's so cool.
it was a tour. We had 600 guests, so 2 days. We were there watching the initiation round. So electric railroad.
Yeah.
Mike Phelps was just I kept looking at this.
Nothing happens. I mean, just like a miserable version of liquid.
And then turning left on east, Reno Road. 80. Always had 81 to split. So we had one of our tour guests. Where are you? Glimpse. And we were all just in the hands twisted. Across the car last shot. Because they went that brutal road right in front of us. We started going that brutal. And I looked to the right and I said, Mike, it's like,
I look around with that
we always start vision this day. I didn't even know.
Yeah, same as us. So my husband's like, I guess. But they still do it. Every month since mom, like something, you know how much. And that's why I'm so happy to find out about this. How do I
We finally said how it was when we turned around, there was satellites dropping. We turned around into the rain. 90 mile an hour infrared hitting our home. The little, we have radios. Your footage is from the second vehicle. If we go any further on, this is not good. We're seeing that truck, our video one where the truck tipped over.
All right, folks. In 3 minutes, the informational break. Royal Norman will be speaking in 3 minutes. So stay tuned.
So I have no presentation. Yay! Because all of the pictures and the videos are what you guys have and what you send us, and all the weather information and all that. And so I don't have to talk much about that because Ken's here today, so he'll do all the official weather stuff. So I just get to play around. I did come down really for one reason. I just wanted to start putting some faces with the Twitter names and the emails and stuff like that to get to know you a little better, because as we get to know you a little better, we get to understand, you know, what kind of pictures and videos that we're getting sent and from where, and you know, and it really helps us to know you, because we get a ton, as you might imagine, we get a ton of videos and pictures, and about 30% of them are fake, you know. And you guys have seen it. You guys have seen it. What was the last one was, you know, we had the early dust storm in March that made everyone crazy. And then on April Fool's Day, someone tweeted from, I don't know if they were in Casa Grande, but they tweeted a picture of a dust storm saying it was going through Casa Grande and headed for the valley, and all the TV stations mobilized. And they're running around looking for us, and I was just down the hall, and they're scrambling helicopters, spending good money, and then they came find us. They found April and me. We were in this meeting, and we're like, "It's April Fool's Day, guys." So yeah, so we get a lot of pictures that aren't like very reliable. So that's one of the reasons to come down, and thank you for what you do. And also to urge you to be safe when you're out there doing it, because it's like, you can get caught up in the moment, and lately, especially back in the Midwest, there's been too many people getting caught up in the moment and getting hurt, and that just doesn't make any sense to me, having done this. The other thing that's really great for what you guys do that provides a service for the Weather Service, and for us, not just Channel 3, but all the TV stations and the radio stations, I'm not just talking Channel 3 here, is that your eyes on a storm. I can look at radar all day long, and you know, we've got all these newfangled radars and on my phone and on my tablet, but you guys know how good radar is sometimes, right? Yeah, not very. And so we depend on hearing where these storms actually are, where it's actually raining, where there's actual ground truth. So the first 24 people in today, and actually I have a few more extra, but this is going to be your T-shirt, hashtag ground truth, all right? Yeah, because that's what we're looking. That's what we're looking for. That's what we want. That's what we really rely on you guys for, is to give us some ground truth, so that we can see us out, and we can see that it might be severe, but to hear somebody that says it's got hail or there's an outflow boundary, that helps us tremendously. Because here, and I think Ken will tell me I'm not wrong when I say this. Please tell me I'm not wrong. But one of the other crazy things about radar and our dust storms is that they form in an area, oddly enough, in southern portions of Pinal County, that the Tucson radar and the Phoenix radars tend to shoot right over the top of. So the initial formation of these dust storms, we don't see very good at all. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. And the first time we'll hear about it is from a chaser sending out a tweet about dust blowing here or there. Please send us the longitude and the latitude. Oh, this kind of just kidding. Because then we go into like, okay, where is that? And I'll call Ken, I'll call the Weather Service. Did you see it? Yeah, we saw it. Where is it? I don't know. Where is it? So, we spend the next 10 minutes trying to find out where it is. But that's the kind of information that you guys give us that, we really appreciate, because we really can't see sort of the initial stages of some of the dust storms. Then, once the storms get going, we don't know the severity. We can make some assumptions from the radar, but we don't know it for sure. We can make some assumptions about the winds from velocities and radar, but we don't know what for sure is actually happening out there. So we become, really dependent on storm chasers like yourself, because even though we do send, and believe me when I tell you, the TV stations, when it rains, everybody who's not doing anything goes out and covers the thunderstorms. Am I right? Yeah, am I right?
Yes, you're right.
Yeah, okay, yeah. And because that's a big deal in Arizona, but still we don't have enough people to do it, to get the story and cover it right. So it came down to thank you for your passion, because that's really the cool thing that we love about you, and thank you for the information. And oh, by the way, you can make a little bit of money if you get some video. All the TV stations will and I say video, they'll pay for video. If you're like driving around and you're doing one of your time-lapse or lightning pictures and you see a wash that's flooded out with cars in it, well, knock out 2 minutes of video and go make yourself $150 or more. And call up the TV stations and say, I've got video of this wash rolling over this car or whatever, because they'll pay for it. And not just ours, but all of them. Sell to all of them, make lots of money. That's the kind of the idea. And the other hint is, don't give up your rights just to Channel 3 or Channel 12 or Channel 10 or whatever. Say, okay, this is just for you locally. Then if CNN sees it, then you haven't given it away, then CNN's got to buy it from you too. Right, Michael Winston? Sure. Yeah, there you go. So that's the way it works. So we want to see your videos, we want to see your pictures, and seriously, videos especially, if they're good enough, we're going to buy them. You send me or April or Kim Quintero, we all have the authority at Channel 3 to say, yeah, we're going to buy that video. They've given that to us for weather stuff, not for anything else. And so we can, if you send us a piece of video directly, say, hey, I'd like to sell this to you or whatever, we'll look at it and we'll make a decision like that, whether we're going to, buy it or not, and you'll know. And at some point, 3-4 months down the road, you'll get paid. So that's kind of okay. So be careful out there. Don't mess with lightning. Sometimes you guys scare me a little bit when I see your lightning pictures, because lightning's the only thing that none of us can see coming, right? We all know how far lightning can strike away from storms. Don't scare me too much with the lightning. Yeah, that just worries the heck out of me. Be safe out there and keep sending us those really cool pictures and keep your passion. Thank you. What's your shirt afterwards? Ready?
So boys, talk amongst yourselves. We're going to hang out until, let's see, we got Dr. Matthew Pace, who's going to, I'm going to help him get his presentation set up, that he will be speaking at 11:15.
Yeah, I live in Gilbert. So, yeah, you're right. Pretty much.
Alright, everybody. In about 5 minutes, Dr. Matthew Pace will be speaking. You ready? Woo! Ready? Let's do it!
I hate taking t-shirts home. I got one small and like 4 XLs and 2 double XLs. You don't have one, you want one.
For me. I can wear it as a night shirt. Yeah. I work to give him a... Yeah.
Okay, so...
just call me Matt Pace. If you do happen to watch 12 News, they call me Dr. Matt. That's called executive producers, just so you know. So they're kind of the ones. I do have a PhD in meteorology, so today I'm going to kind of give you an idea, what do we do in media? How do we bring you the weather? You saw Royal talking and kind of that, and then we'll also get into something that's a little more scientific. Some of you may have heard about it, isotropic analysis, and how we might start using it to kind of give us an idea on what the season might hold. So, first, I did used to actually chase as well. You may somewhat remember this. I used to use a fully restored, yes, 1969 Volkswagen Bus. What's the problem with this? When you have a headwind, you're going fairly slow, about 15 miles an hour. Well, don't laugh too soon. Something
sad's about to happen. Uh-oh. I wish I could say it was struck by lightning and that's how that happened, but that is not how that happened. So, it did light on fire. The weather station was not inside at the time. There was a bike inside that was destroyed. But it was a sad day. It was a very sad day. This happened, what, 4, 5, 6 years ago, something like that? So, the bus is obviously retired, which is a very sad thing. So, instead, let's look at something happy. We don't want to see this anymore. So, we got a bunch of pictures. We always have fun with pictures. You guys send incredible pictures in. I'll get to a little bit in a way how you can send us pictures. We'll use them on air, kind of give you a little publicity as well. But first, of course, we go out and survey all kinds of damage. So not only do we like the pictures of the storms and everything, but if you ever have damage pictures too, you know, you're helping these people out, just shoot us an email too, so we could go out there and report and also possibly help them. Most people are sad when we first show up, and then you'll see, they get very excited because then they're on television. So it's all that. We can lift their spirits a little bit. So this guy, kind of funny. Is he in this room? No. So we actually showed up and he was wearing absolutely no pants and a shirt. He was like wearing little boxers. And he's like, do I have to put my pants on? I would appreciate it if he could. So, you know, we have fun with them out there. We cheer them up as their houses are damaged. So, how do we show you the weather? It's kind of a tricky thing in a way. So I'm going to give you a little tour of the studio if you've ever been down there. It's kind of a cool place. Feel free, call us. We can give you a tour. You can come down. You can play around with the chroma key if you want to. This is our newsroom. So all of the news you see on 12 News comes out of that room right there. It's a bunch of cubicles. We have a bunch of monitors up there. Yes, we do watch Channel 3, we watch Channel 5, we watch Channel 10. We have to keep up on what they're doing. Don't watch their forecast. This is a little dark, so I'll keep moving on. This is actually our weather center. Most weather people, I don't know if Royal's the same, we generally live in the studio. We're not in the newsroom. We're by all of our computers, so we can quickly get on air with any weather stuff. So, in a way, it's kind of nice. You just kind of hide down there in your little cave, you know, out of sight, out of mind. In a way, don't have to get too much. Here's our studio, though. Again, I apologize, it's a little dark. Have you ever been down? Who's ever been down to 200 East Van Buren to stand outside, wave at the camera?
Oh, I have.
Yeah. This little guy keeps like creeping around the corner, and then we have to change the camera shots. There's Royal again. Watch this weekend. 6 o'clock. He'll be there. Promise. So then we go around a little bit. There's our big chroma key. So we stand right there. We have a bunch of monitors that we can look at to see what we're doing on air, and then we swing around. There's the other side of our studio. So it's a fairly small studio when you think about it. It's probably a little bigger than this room if you head it up that way. So a lot of people are kind of shocked, oh, that's kind of small. And, hey, that's a lot better. Thank you. It works. So now this is what it looks like when we're standing at the key. If you ever wonder, oh, we're just standing there looking like hooligans, this is what we see. So this is looking to your side over here. So we have a monitor that we can see. There's some strange guy standing over there just watching. Here's looking straight ahead at the camera. So you can see here's the teleprompter that they're reading. Here's another monitor below the camera we can see. Here's the time, so we always know exactly what time it is. Then we go the other way. Here's more monitors that we can see. So we're always looking at monitors to make sure we're pointing at the right stuff. So if you wear green, obviously you completely key out and everything disappears. It's kind of fun when an anchor wears green because we do a lot of virtual sets. They'll stand there and be like, we have to change that shot now because your whole center's keying out. It's kind of fun in a way. When Karibe was pregnant, you know Karibe, she was pregnant. I did want to get her a shirt where just her stomach was green. So when she turned sideways, it would look like she wasn't pregnant. It would have been a good thing. However, she would have turned towards the camera, there would have been a hole through the center. Probably not. Good. Here's what it looks like when you're doing it. So you're just standing, that is not me, by the way. So literally you just look like a weirdo standing in front of green, giving the weapon. Now we also go out live all the time. You've probably seen trucks from 12, 3, 10, all driving around. We go by thunderstorms. Now what's the weird thing? Notice something wrong with this picture? Big thunderstorm. Yes. So we have to be very careful and not stand very close to the truck during a thunderstorm. Now, generally we'll try to keep it down. We now have packs that we use. I think Channel 3's got them too, where it's using your cell phone connections. We have a whole pack. It's got a bunch of cell phone memory things lined up in there, and we can literally go live from everywhere without having to use our live trucks. That's why if you ever see a reporter standing there and they're nodding their head and they're not saying anything, that's because when we do that signal, there's a huge delay by the time. So don't think, oh, they're naked. They're just standing there. No, it's probably some delay that's going on. Well, you can think that too if you want to. So there, our mast is still up, unfortunately. So this is what we do a lot of the times. We now have a little TVU car, we call it. We drive around live. We can go live from anywhere. Sometimes we put a cameraman in the front seat, and they simply shoot out the windows so you guys can see everything. We stream it live on Easy Central, so you can go on there and watch us drive around into the dust. Because as Royal said, there's the D word. It's dust. You say the D word, the sirens go off on the 9th floor. Producers start running around everywhere. What are we doing? What are we doing? Get outside, get outside. And we go outside. Now, a lot of the times we get out there and there's no dust. Well, what do you want us to do? Well, there could be dust. Tell us that. Well, you'll see me out there a lot during months. Well, could be dusty. I don't see any right now, but there's a chance. So the traffic is going by nicely. So just wait for it. It'll happen. By the way, you got a minute 30 to tell us that. Okay, I can do it in 15. So here is the inside of a live truck. Have you ever seen inside? We've got computers in there. We can do all editing. So all of our editing is done in truck. We beam it back to the station, and you see it on air. This is one of our photogs editing a story that we were doing. So full capabilities. We have a little chair in there. I generally drag it outside and sit outside and watch our non-dust events. But it's fun. Here's other things that we do. There's me in the TVU car. Actually, the first person to test our TVU storm chasing is actually Mike in the back. They asked him to go out, and he was our first storm chaser. So it's kind of cool that he's here.
That's what I just told him.
Say, oh yeah, that's a cool thing right there. Here's our SAT truck. If we can't get any signals, we take our SAT truck out and we drive it around all over the place. So it's kind of a fun thing to do. We're always kind of changing things around. Now, big thing. Tweet, 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 tweet. We love Twitter. You guys love Twitter. It's so exciting to get so much fast-paced information on here. We have to tweet a lot. We'll retweet your stuff. Easy Central. Also, they'll retweet your stuff. They'll put it on Easy Central. We'll put it on air. So always make sure that we're kind of pushing this. So this is going to be our monsoon page that's coming up. If you hashtag anything EasyWX or monsoon, it will show up on this page automatically. So if you do anything during the season, it'll quickly show up on here. We're hoping to get a lot of feeds on here. There's going to be real-time audio on here. There'll be real-time video on here. So anything you have, show up on here, and then we can pull this off and use it on air as well. Of course, we'll give you full credit for anything that we take off Twitter. Also, just send it to me as well. We'll make sure it's on air. I generally work Thursday through Sunday, so if you wanted to make sure it gets on air, send it to me Thursday through Sunday, and we'll try to throw it up there. So we love your pictures of the Royals, and we couldn't do a lot of this stuff without you guys. It's so awesome. We'll be way out in the West Valley, and you guys know, oh, I should be in the East Valley. Then you guys have all your pictures, all your stuff that we can use. So it's incredible, the power that you guys have.
Pay more than well?
We'll talk about that. He'll buy it from you, and then he'll have an iPad standing outside our studio, and then we'll just zoom in on outside. We don't, in the Weather Center, we do not buy video, at least at 12. We credit all your stuff and try to give you as much publicity as you want. Because generally when we buy video, at least at 12, we don't credit the video, since we technically bought it, so that's kind of how it works. Now, one thing you can do with your videos to give us a scale, it's kind of a fun thing to do, kind of your pictures as well, is take a picture and then kind of crop some buildings in. So that's the Bank of America building in Mesa. Then you can kind of have some fun with it. Post things like that. We'll even use stuff that you draw on if it's kind of exciting. So it kind of gives you a scale of what's happening there. And again, as Royal said, location is key for everything. Where are you actually at? You can send us videos, as we said too. We're trying to put more videos into our weathercast. So anything you use, please send it to us. It's always exciting to see these time lapses. Some of you guys make incredible time lapses that are fun. And even if you don't think it's a good picture, it probably is a good picture, and we still want to see it. So don't think, oh, I've got this beautiful picture. I mean, you've seen these pictures around this room. No, send us anything that you have, even if it's got a filter on it. Filters are still fun. Sometimes it shows the exciting stuff. So, oh, now my video is locked up. What do we hold in the monsoon? What is one thing, looking at this map, this is our drought. This map was produced, I think, what, a couple days ago? Here's the latest drought. Extreme drought now in 17% of the state, including this portion of Pinal County. What do you think that means for us, at least at the start of the monsoon? Yeah, the big D word. So now I said that, if they're watching YouTube, they've probably already got alarms going off. So they are streaming. So more than likely, with that amount of drought down there, and if you drive down there, it is extremely dry. So my guess is really decent dust, and who knows what's going to happen on the rainfall. It's a guess. Main problem with rainfall is, think about it. You go back in the records, and Ken can probably mention this too. Well, we take our official things from Phoenix Sky Harbor. Well, as you know, you can have a huge storm over the Superstitions. Dumps 4 inches of rain over there. Phoenix Sky Harbor, 0. Oh, well, that doesn't count for anything. So it's kind of a strange idea when you start looking at rainfall. Now, another thing is, I don't know if this correlates at all, but it is kind of interesting. We've had 2 hurricanes, fairly large hurricanes, already down south. Now, if this was like the heart of the monsoon season, we'd be having some fun in the next couple days with that particular storm. Especially if it moved up a little closer to the Gulf. So it's like, we've got a few things out there. But who knows? I think Ken will talk about this a little more in detail, hopefully. You never want to stick your head out there with the monsoon. How about it'll maybe be average? That works. So, now how do we forecast the monsoon? What's the hard part of forecasting the monsoon? So a lot of you chase in the center of the country, but here we are. Well, the number one problem is, here's all the upper air soundings across the United States. Well, we've got a big hole right here. So when you're chasing out here, you kind of know what's coming at you. Now, when you're here, we have absolutely no clue, or little clue, of what's going on down south. So it makes all of our jobs so much harder when you have no clue until it finally gets into the United States. So that's kind of the hard thing of it. So one of the things that I've been working on, this might get a little too scientific, if it does, ask a question. So this is a upper air sounding, so this is the balloons that launched. This is actually, I think this is a Tucson sounding. So the red line is your temperature in the atmosphere. Quick lesson, temperature normally drops as you go up in the atmosphere. Also, when you're looking at pressure, we start down here at about 1,000 millibars of pressure. As you go up in the atmosphere, less stuff is pushing down on top of you, so the pressure decreases. So 1,000 millibars down here, 500 millibars, 300 millibars, and then 200 millibars. So keep those two things in mind. Temperature decreases, and pressure decreases as you head up. So, now for isentropic analysis, what you want to do is find a potential temperature. That's just simply taking a temperature along this line, dropping it down to 1,000 millibars, and the temperature should do what as I go down? Exactly, it should go up. So the temperature goes up. Whatever the temperature is at my 1,000 millibars, that is my potential temperature. So, you can press all your fingers. So let's say for isentropic analysis, all of you've probably heard of the 850 millibar chart, the 500 millibar chart, all these little pressure charts we use. Well, let's say that I want the 300K isentropic analysis chart, which is a temperature. Well, start down here at 1,000 millibars. I'll go at 1,000 millibars at 300K. I'll go up until I hit my temperature line. I'll go over and I'll read that pressure. Now that's how it's done. If you didn't understand that, no problem, because you get a map that looks like this. So, a lot of you are used, again, to constant pressure charts. All it does is show pressure across. This actually shows you a 3-dimensional picture of the atmosphere, believe it or not. Because since we're taking the pressure, well, this is 900 millibars here. This is 550 millibars here. So if you think about that, you have high pressure near the surface. This is low down in the atmosphere. That would be higher up in the atmosphere. So you can literally look at this. Big mountain here. There's a big valley right here. Well, with that, I can plot the wind speed. If I have wind speed going up like this, I'm technically going uphill. Well, what does rising air normally help us with? Exactly, what we love, our thunderstorms. So we can use this and go, ooh, maybe we have some rising air right here. Well, could that help us with the monsoon? So one of the things that you look at again, here's another map, so you can see it a little better. 400 here, so this is high up in the atmosphere. This is low down in the atmosphere here. Oh, look at all this rising air I have, especially in the plains. Ooh, we could have decent stuff. Now here in Arizona, what do we have? It's just following straight along. We have absolutely nothing going on. So let's see if we can do this with tornadoes. So I did this for part of my dissertation here, and this is looking at tornadoes. So what I did is in the little red box there, took every day that there was a tornado, and every day there was not a tornado, and averaged them out. Here's the isentropic pattern. Here, look at the wind flow. It's straight across. Now, we go to tornado days. You notice this little rise in your, so you got this little valley. And look at also the wind. It's kind of going up the lines right here. Oh, we have quite a bit of tornadoes, or we have quite a bit of uplift right here. Well, look here. These dots are where the tornadoes form. Right where the wind was going up into the atmosphere. So it's one thing that we might start using, at least play around with, during the monsoon. So here is getting into your monsoon. So here's what I did. Took all of these climate division rainfall data, kind of looked at these and figured out, okay, 50% of the rainfall fell within the monsoon. We're going to consider it to be the monsoon region. Only two that didn't is 6 and 3, I do believe. But since they're kind of considered monsoon. So here's the pattern for August. That's above normal pattern. This is below normal pattern. What do you notice? Well, I'll point it out. Notice this huge, what we would call a ridge, but this is actually called an isentropic trough, believe it or not. That would mean that a lot of moisture is likely pushing in this direction. Now down here, this is when we had below normal precipitation. What do you notice? That's pushed over that way. Now all the moisture is going in that direction. So a lot of the times isotopic analysis doesn't work with convection. But this may give us an idea, ooh, well, it may be a tool that we could start using to show where's that moisture coming from. Is there a better chance of moisture coming up from the south in this direction or moving all the way over to Texas? Because as you know, we'll get really excited, they'll issue severe thunderstorm watches for Arizona, and absolutely nothing will happen. It just happens. It's kind of the game of the monsoon. A lot of you guys will go out, drive all the way down to Tucson, nothing will happen. Just make sure you always have your camera with you. It's kind of a bad thing. So it's one thing that we may use. Here's another example. This is the anomaly map. All I did was take the wet versus the dry. You notice a huge pattern show up. In a really wet year, have a huge ridge over here, huge trough over here. So haven't run the maps yet, but if you're curious, be sure to email me, and I can send you these maps on a daily basis if you want. You can also find isotropic maps online, which is just another tool we may start using. So kind of a roundabout way of talking about monsoon. So any questions? You can follow me on Twitter, send me an email if you want to. Again, if you want to come down to the station, feel free to email me. We can set up a time, especially during the weekend. Also, is anyone here part of the local AMS chapter? Nope. If you want to sign up, and you don't even have to be a meteorologist, just any weather nerd is accepted, even if you're not quite a nerd yet, we still accept you. Make sure you see Erin Sappel back there. She can give you her email, and you'll be able to sign up. We'll have a meeting in the fall. Basically a whole time when a bunch of weather nerds like this get together, and we bring speakers in. It's kind of a fun time. Question?
Is your dissertation online?
Yes, I think it's at the ASU library. Yeah. I can also email you a copy if you'd like. It's a fun 300-page read. Isotropic analysis and tornado forecasting, I think. Something like that. I should know. Yeah.
I have a question for you. So, this isotropic stuff,
yep.
And during the advanced spotter class some of us had, we talked about sin and the energy and stuff that's in the atmosphere. How does that relate together? Like, to help us, we're looking at that, and then looking at this could make us predict a little bit better or something.
Yeah, that's a good question. And I've never actually lined up anything with instability indices and isotropic analysis, but I would assume where you'd see the rising air, you have more cable, I would assume, especially since you're bringing that warm air up, or you're bringing cold air the other way down, bringing moisture with it. So yeah, that's actually a good question. I kind of want to do that. That's a good call. Want to help me? Sweet. Any other questions? Nice. Great. Thank you.
Hey, Mike, Josh Turner. Good to finally meet you. Nice to meet you, man. Great.
crazy dude. Glad you didn't die.
Yeah. That was crazy stuff.
And also one thing, guys, as we go into our lunch break right now, when we get back in Waters, we'll be
10 miles away from a tornado.
Also, a lot of people have questions about gameplay, and this is also a time where you can maybe meet up with Jeremy and take a tour of this cool community food place and get to know everybody as well.
Yeah, it worked out all right. So good. Leon Carl's okay, so. I've been out there a bunch. Even if you do the mail,
maybe just share your share your point of view, because that's one thing I have to bring up is that we're not the only ones that in Arizona that chase.
I think it's good. I mean, even
I could probably just show my website.
You're nerds.
You can hook it up. If you want, I mean.
Just on my website. I mean, whatever. So you guys laptop you hear about it. Well, maybe I can do it. I don't know.
It's up to you, man. Because I really want you. You're telling me.
It would be a good time.
Because we're way early in the schedule.
I'll tell you what. After lunch. If we're way ahead of schedule.
If we're way ahead of schedule, yeah. We'll put you in there.
I'll put it as a what do they call that?
A promo.
Well, no. You know how I can buy a CD, but you have a special track or something like that?
Okay, opening band.
Yeah, something
like bonus, yeah. Yeah, dude. Yeah, so cool, man.
All right, I'll say anything.
Yeah.
All right, sounds good. Special guest.
Special guest.
Thanks.
Yeah. That's what it looks like. Will is going to be because since we're early.
Are you gonna have Will speak?
Yeah. I mean, dude, it's 11:27.
Everyone's going fast.
Yeah.
And we have to take a long time for you.
We'll get back. Yeah. And Will fill in. Plus, I want.
Speak from the heart, Will.
speakers want lunch, let us off. Want some food? Yeah. Yeah, I know.
No, I don't think I want to walk across there. Put this all together. Sorry,
It was just a concert.
Non-stop, it was one spot, you know, off the I could have gone more stuff to have I went to oh hey! I was doing that was yesterday. Just like Northeast by
Chris, you might want to make an announcement at this time. Places to go and maybe questions they can come to you. And to be back at whatever time.
Hey, my name's Jared.
Jeff. Good to see you.
Alright folks, so right now we are in our lunch break. Right next door is Planet Songs. And talk amongst yourselves. Any questions, just call it to you. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. One of our other friends, aircraft controls.
Oh, nice. Yeah, is he at Tyler? Oh, that's Tower.
Yeah, some fun to talk to.
That's one of the highest towers in North America.
I know. It's crazy. Yeah.
I think it might be that tall. For me, by far had the most entertaining. Yeah, you guys are good. Yeah, I saw your pictures. Yeah, I'm Jared. That was fun, man. Yeah, it was weird.
I did yell at them.
It's like interact with people, actually have like good things to say, and your feet is clear, crystal clear. Right now, so are you active? Yeah, it was really important. I think that camera. Oh, it's the same camera I have. Where are you? Hey, Mom. Sorry, I have a Panasonic. What I do now, he's a Lord. All right, guys.
I'm just going back here to grab my herbs and work. I need to get it. It doesn't get sweeter that much. Yeah.
Oh, do you really?
I guess there's like apparently, hey, what's that?
Feel free. Let us know the time. Center of Boga. Fair game.
They tackle up north. They chase up north.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. What happened to him? You know what? I saw you over there. You're Tyler, right? You're in Florida, right? Nice to meet you.
the security guard would just come to your desk. You have no idea. You come to your desk and you go, pack your stuff, you're getting out. You're like, what? Yeah, it didn't happen to me, but it happened to a bunch of people that sit next to me. Well, they instantly, the second they come over, your computer is completely done. And they actually take your box. They take your box and they take it away.
Yeah, my phone started blowing up. That actually changes what we do.
Oh, God.
This was like as a hungry out of the office. Yeah. But they figured it out. Cut it off.
I don't even remember. I don't. I mean, I got it online somewhere. Someone else. Some guy was making things.
That's what that's why they don't even tell you. They don't know what security guys do. Because they had a DB guy that changed the whole passwords. Yeah. So it totally, for like a week, everything was completely screwed up. Not anything that was customer facing, but all the internal stuff, and the people that he targeted were people that he didn't like. So he changed all their passwords so they couldn't log in anything. And so he didn't do it to where he was directly affecting your business. So he was trying to protect himself, but he was trying to send a message. Yeah, and then he said that he accidentally did it. He knew. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna go drop my shoe. And then probably go eat.
Oh, you want to eat? Alright, well, it's nice meeting you. Like I said, I'll get that to you. I'll be here for Alright, thanks. So, yeah. You can tie it to weather stations and you can name the weather guy. Obviously, most people use it for GPS. Yeah, which since this would be static, that's not really necessary. And another thing is, I've talked to someone else who's set up some weather stations. I guess there's like certain standards they're set for data, and dust is not one of them. So that won't work. You're going to do like a custom string of data. Maybe a correlation between you and like when you target this, a lot of these data applications that yeah, you for dust. Strings. I have a picture. Yeah. So we'd have to write, like software on the other side. Because otherwise, I guess it you get retrained, but it doesn't know what it is. And there's no intelligence exactly in that sense. Yeah, it's just a number. If you want to build a website, yeah, I've been on that, sure. Yeah, I was going to say that's one of the ones that tracks them. Yeah, you can pull up all the yeah. Well, we actually use home weather station data. That's good. Yeah, I was planning on linking that to you guys. Yeah. Right. Sure. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I was going to type it.
Did they ever take off the level?
Yeah. They went over to subs next door, I think. What, you guys want to go ahead and put this on the go out? Never done that. I've helped some people by email. periodically get that question. The big question I get is what weather station should I buy? And I have to be careful on, if I'm talking personally with my, yes, the way I do it is, I can't endorse it. But I would like to tell you that mine is, you know, I do it that way, which gets me around. A lot of people like yeah. Davis on the oh no, I looked at it very. I'm not even its accuracy. I'm pretty hard call, but there's it's like Dew Point is one of the stations I looked at and see what kind of station you're looking at. Because I see some that are completely out of whack, you know, 30, 40 years old. And that's usually when I look for the metadata and you see what kind of station you have. It's not a Davis Instruments. Yeah. But again, I can't officially say that. So. Oh no, I yeah, no public saying it. Yeah, it's like you drive to Minnesota and go back to Kansas and to Colorado. That's what anyway. When I have to pay extra for that, right? Correct. It's like a soil moisture. Yeah, I didn't do the moisture. Yeah, he's got the hard. Yeah. Yeah. And to see like, you know, that super cell fire that you saw, like you have to be there. You probably only have like 20 minutes before maybe. Yeah. Yeah. No. I know. Yeah, this is great. They don't sound too much like an idiot, but. Put a focus website. No, I mean when I lived there, I had to give basically the standard. I was really nervous for that, but it actually went really well, so I'm a bit nervous about this. I'm not. This is like. Mike, were we going next door? Or? You can go next door. I wasn't hungry. I think people went over and ate. Oh, okay. If you want to go. Solar radio. Oh, yeah. Solar radio. Okay. That's cool. I wish I had those. Yeah, that's somewhere where I can well, my presentation you're going to learn about dust. I'm going to talk, I got a couple slides for him. I was disappointed when Walt told me he can't stay because yeah, me too. I had all this stuff. He wanted this. Well, they said we had videos in there.
They should make a reality show about coaching. Not the one on the Weather Channel.
Yeah. Did you hear what he said? He said he used the term on the air. Like, oh my God. He's the one that he told us, Steph, you will not use the H word.
But he also, I think he's the one that showed me all of that.
It's in there.
60s or 70s. He told me like.
It's in there, and I told him that before too. And he's big on the history of it. I did all kinds of research, looking back.
I still might do it anyway. What's your hardware? This? Yeah. Yeah, I shoot weddings, so I have to. Like, the only reason I got two of them is I had two Mark IIs and I got Mark III and sold one. I kept the third one and then do you like that ice cream? But it doesn't feel like it's work, and then also it's secondary weddings. Yeah, I felt like it was really hard. And it felt like it wasn't sharp.
That's one of the most dangerous things.
But I got my second one. I got some Storm Chaser claims like, yeah, I'm going to like mirrorless camera and stuff and get rid of my Mark III. It's only got 2,000 clicks on it, $24. And I'm like, 3 minutes later, I'm like, I'll take it. Yeah. I posted to Facebook. I'm like,
used to have 50 or something. I used to have a 70. When I moved out here, I got rid of it. So now I have the 70D, which I like. Yeah, it does real good video. When you're not doing it professionally, it's not cheap. No, it's, you know, it's, I can't justify $10,000 equipment for any of this stuff. It's fun, but again, it's not a professional. That's why if I win the lottery, do you get money? I mean, well, I would of course win 3. And then they're going to have, you get the 60 though, the 60 is a great camera, doesn't have 2 card slots in it. So, what do you think? Buddy that does $6,000. Buddy who does, I want to see what I had. 60 and but he, I just got a year 3 plus. I was testing out built-in time-lapse with it. Pretty decent. I don't know once you start talking sunsets or anything like that, but middle of the day, I did a video of Down Mountain the other day with the clouds going over. A lot of flicker on the plus. Light changes, the parts of light. But if you get a nice green color, it's got a little bit more. I mean, I would use my but it's nice to know that maybe the good work will pull something off. Yeah, it's like, okay, what am I doing with my equipment this time? Let us know every time we can. With that testing and my camera and people thank you for that. That code anymore is so predictable. She's obviously watching. When you're hearing this right now. Well, I told her, because I finally was able to find it. There's no links on it, even Chasers. So I had to figure out where else I have one on Facebook. But yeah, she's studying and watching and studying. But yeah, so this is it's Facebook. I'm gonna get back to work. So actually, that was pretty well. Yeah, you got some flickering. Yeah. Just like this little bit. No, I don't work up front. I think when I was like doing it, it's probably better to slow down the frames. Or take a lot of frames per second so it balances out that flickering. Is that why they go to the 60 frame per second? Well, we like to slow down. Because I saw that and I'm like 60 and 30. Like, why didn't they do like a 15 minute? So like so they can speed up video. I think it's probably more into like extreme sports where they film it high, more frames 30 or 60. Yeah. I was about to just run on streaming. Is that San Diego? I don't know. I think I rolled down the window to the door and it's around like this. Yeah. Start. Not really nervous, but I could feel like we need anything. I'm shooting 5.5. 2. That's big, isn't it? Really? That's great. Well, yeah, plugs in. I mean, we'll just add on in between. I put it, I exported it from your computer to a PowerPoint. Okay. Just in case.
Yeah, that's why I've been on my phone.
Like drag stuff over it. It's this TriCast. Get something to eat. Going after this?
I've been eating like this stuff.
I didn't realize they were this big.
You see now, you guys are like eating these now.
Yeah, we're running way ahead of schedule. Are you so part of the school? Are you part of the school? Yep, Jerry. Oh no, yeah, he let me go.
He told you already?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Your guy's just like, oh
Yeah.
well, yeah.
Use
And like I said,
use the same template.
Yeah, I mean,
We use the same template. Only for one.
Copycat.
I know.
so he ended up bringing it to me.
Oh, you did? It's sweet looking.
We took it for it and broke it. Or, Jeep. We wanted to take care of all the fossil people there. Yeah. For a couple people on the website.
well, cool, man. You know, my job is to get bagged and spread the word about this.
Right? I know.
Yeah. I'm always down. You know, I It is. It's Facebook. People still use it, but or like you can see it Empire on any crazy how. And that's one thing too is I like to rather than calling it in because if I have a ticket to go with it, and you know, what's the thing?
This is done before a mile. It's like
seems to be always a storm that goes up right over the Estrella. Like here was Estrella Mountains are hot. You know what's tends to repeat itself late August? There always seems to be like a giant MCS travels up, and huge outflow mountain fires up. And over by the Santan Mountains, there's like always a little tower that rides, and it's somehow like the terrain in that area provides lift to get the storm really going. Is that area just to the yeah, yeah. And 2 years in a row straight, it was like the same thing happened, and then all of a sudden you just get this massive conflux of juice and storm go right into Phoenix. So it's like, and I think the gradient is obviously going to get rid of this.
I'm trying to, I'm going to slap together a little like,
I was impressed.
Real like basic, and it's going to just some bullet points. Just, you can have a strategy. Yeah, you know, like what the typical time period, the zone. There's actually 4 very distinct especially to see those out and on top of it, there's clusters of
It's not the criteria.
It's going to be, I think it's also going to be
more complicated than Matt talked about. That was like,
kind of like it was good,
but I was like, I was like, I'm following, and then I lost.
I kind of understand he's talking about basically referring to the way that those surges come.
No.
They can only happen during this. They can't happen during that. Oh, okay. Yeah. So, question is, are we going to get more of one or the other?
I think it's going to be good. We already got storms already down there. The two things they were talking about, like how Sonora and
yeah,
I can't pronounce the other one, but they're like they're going to go gangbusters with this week down there. And so some of it's going to push in.
That's first time.
I was looking at the GFS, and
yeah, she is.
Through Twister.
Yeah, dude, here's Estrella.
That high, that's so high.
September 9th.
Where it typically is supposed to be, you know, here by those corners, and that's right. It's there, but it's pumped south. It's still lushing. Moisture's just waiting.
It's still early. Yeah, it's still early. Transition.
Yeah. I'm just going to mainly focus on
yeah, single digits. Yeah, but it's going to be back up. Yeah. Everything's down south. Sometimes I like to see what all do you do in your monsoon workshop?
Well, yeah, here was
everything. We will talk about radar, everything they use online, like models and forecasts.
Yeah.
We're going to go meet Jeff Beamish at the NBC affiliate down there and show us like all these graphics and show us the weather we get. It's kind of fun. He knows a lot. He's super smart. And but then we're going to learn. We'll learn everything from Mr. Gilbert. Yeah, but I mean, I didn't worry about it.
I took my comment down after I saw it because I didn't read everyone else's. And I saw it yell at people for.
No, you know, and I try to be nice because a lot of times, you know, at least what I do, I've got a lot of people who follow me. I don't want to piss people off. I don't like saying anything negative. I try really hard, but every now and then I'm like, when people post something, I usually read the comments to see if there's a discussion. And there's a lot of people who just read it and then post without even like.
We want
it's something that I do, but that was my. That was getting a couple of right.
Or 4-2 terrible.
Way up.
I've lost too much, guys.
Yeah, I don't. I have like a main hard drive that gets backed up to an 8 terabyte G-RAID, and then
that backed up syncs with a Drobo like automatically like every night, and then that G-Raid goes back up to the front and back ways all the time. And then I just got a second G-Raid, 8 terabyte, but it's more of an mirroring it, so it's just 4 terabyte.
I saw that you got a 4 terabyte Western Digital now. They replaced it for
Yeah.
I've always just they, in my experience,
I don't think so.
far more if you really want to cover yourself, I get enterprise rate because they're rated. They're far better than consumer grade hard drives. Business grade hard drives.
I'll give it about like 5 more minutes.
They're more expensive.
5 more minutes.
But yeah, I had the end.
Well, how long is it?
Monsoon workshop. So I actually was. I'm like, oh yeah.
Well, you know, last year we did it for $700 the first time, and we see how it went, and it was only for 3 days. Yeah, it went really, really well. And like, I mean, for the most part, when other people do workshops, they charge a lot more. And I mean, that includes hotel and meal, and then like rates like everything else. I mean, you're losing everything plus I mean time lapse and all that stuff. So I think it's not enough. I should be charged $25,000, but once it starts to go up, it's a lot. No, I totally get it. And it's a lot. It's 5 days off of work at the same time. Again, it's over a weekend. So.
Well, I've seen some of these Midwest tours.
Yeah, I guess for a week and then it's they're just driving you to store.
Yeah,
they're just getting a picture. Yeah, even like Roger Hill does one Southern Arizona too. He doesn't teach anything. People pay like $1,000 to just sit in the van while he goes where he wants to shoot storms, and they just follow along and take pictures. And I'm like, I try to say it's different because I was letting Roger Hill know ahead of time that I'm not talking to guide, photography works with my really want to do. Yeah, I don't want them to know that I didn't want them to think. It's like, just give their idea. But it was more of like, well, I'm going to do a workshop because people have asked me.
Well, and you get to share. You're also reinforcing your knowledge.
And they're not the only ones that do that here. There's some guys from England that come out and people around too. So it's everyone.
Oh yeah.
So it's not really like
So is Tucson a prime place? I know we do get some coming from the north, but
yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of stuff up north, but for me, like if you ever go up north, and every now and then like a tornado or something, Flagstaff or around there, and like you don't ever know when that's going to happen.
And you're right.
Yeah, but down south, I could burst. The stuff I saw, some of the pictures I showed last year, the stuff I saw down there. It seems like the storms are more intense.
There's more chance for more variety.
Yeah, and it's like, and there's more, a little flatter. Getting from Phoenix to Tucson is really fast. And then there's like south of Casa Grande, Eloy. There's actually crisscrossing farm roads out there pretty far south of Eloy that I've been down and I didn't realize it, that these are all out there. And so you can get around there in a couple places. You do want to, you don't want to, I wouldn't say to avoid reservations, but Gila River is the one you want. Like even just being out, you can drive through it. They don't want to go on. But if you pulled off the shoulder, some of them are like, if you're on the shoulder, you're fine. But I pulled off on a road and we drove right out. And I got to off the road. Oh wow.
See, and I've only been here for 3 years, so there's still a while.
Yeah.
And that's just now. Always been weather starting up from Arkansas, but I never thought it would be chasing Scott.
She left.
Wait, why am I not doing this?
Right.
She goes, okay, go slow to the
It's just I'm not familiar with that place. So I may kind of watch some of the radar stuff and see where the red dots are going.
No, I mean really, if you're going out after a storm, you're predicting where they're going to pop up next. You really just got to go out and get on water. I mean, you don't worry about like where the good spots are. You just worry about I'm going to go out and I see the storm on radar, so how do I get there?
Well,
staying ahead of them, like a lot of times when they pattern as they start chasing, a lot of times they drift to the northwest and create outflows. That's why we get the dust storm. So if you're going down there, you watch them come at you and shoot them and drive back north and then let them keep advancing on you. Whereas like on the plains, you're more chasing.
Parallel.
Yeah. So it's but even it's last year we were at our workshop, it's like really bad days. Especially like everywhere in Arizona was dry except like the little southeast corner of the state. We got storms every day. Safford got hit like 2 or 3 days in a row. Big storm went right through Safford. But they were all moved to the northeast instead of like typical towards Phoenix. So you just never know. You kind of have to watch the patterns and you just go. You just go out, see one, get on it, take pictures. It dies out. You look at the radar. You see another big storm over there. You just go after it.
Well, the propagation is
right.
But is it usually early afternoon?
Yeah, down south, down in Tucson, they start like 11, 12.
Sometimes I'll see cumulative coverage from here.
They usually chill
late after they get to Phoenix, unless
I'm glad we
builds up. But even if
we didn't chase Reno
or Phoenix, a lot of times it's the outflows.
Because I'm
from those storms get here late in the day. So we don't really get them building up over Phoenix too much, but it happens.
I was frustrated. I thought something like when I did the advanced house. The Mesa storm back in March,
second or something like that.
I'm watching this thing. I see my mom's involved.
My stepdad was at my house.
I'm at my fiance's parents. My mom's meeting.
You always think
here's a story when I'm outside.
And where were you?
North Wisconsin. So, I'm just and then during class, they would show me
it's got
radar.
I'm so mad.
It'd be a good way to go, though.
It would be a good way. Yeah, it'd be quick.
15 minutes.
Do what you want to do.
Yeah.
Stay on the sidewalk.
I guess it
look at the pretty light.
I know one of these days.
I had been, the day before, I went out where I met Will for the first time. I went to California. So we drove to LA. We left at like 6 in the morning or something like that. So we were heading towards 16 hours. Exhausted. So the next day I was sitting on the couch. I got here, there's a storm, nothing's going to happen. It's just, my stepdad comes over and also my class texts me. He's like, Mike, we're in Mesa right now. Your soccer game is just loud, rotating over my head. Amateur videos. And I bring up the radar, there's a couple, and I'm like, I want to leave right now, but I wasn't ready. My amateur video. I was trying to relax.
Yeah.
And I should have jumped in the car. I could have raced up to Fountain Hills and got. I think about it, Ken Dukes dropped in again. Past Mesa out in the back there. Because the couple kept moving out into like Salt River. Valley-ish area.
Yeah, it was
like emails, hey.
So I think it was only down there. Yeah, it was. It picked up a hot tub.
But yeah, and
disappeared. Yeah. Anyway, I'm still upset about that. But I was kind of glad no other.
There's like
then you really frustrated. So don't post pictures on your Facebook.
That early
no. No, actually, I don't care. I think that's most Brian and I don't really compete, but we have a little rivalry or whatever. So of course, if you were to get it, I'd be like, dang it. Mostly because my goal is like to get an awesome tornado here, or a video of it, or something someday. And the fact that was like 15 minutes from my house, all sucked that it wasn't.
Driving you've done.
Yeah, I'll show one video. I got a good video of a funnel at Picasso. It wasn't anything spectacular, but it freaked me out when I saw it.
I was kind of mad because the week we went up to Denver.
They probably
started this with
No, this is my buddy.
I don't think that was Chase. But I wanted to go up there.
So after the wedding, then you can die.
Yeah, exactly. So see the outlook.
I love that stuff.
No. I'm stoked to see what it's going to get this year. You know, I'm worried because it might get fried.
And 3 days.
Arizona sun.
You can just throw it on there and use it.
Yeah. Right here, I'll have it.
good for you though. That makes you.
Now, this is
get ready that all the time. We were out there for 5 days. In our 5th day, we got in a tornado winch storm. We're all excited. Got killed by there was like hail falling. Just died. And we're like, well, there's nothing else. Nothing else was fine. We're like,
South of Coolidge,
it's like noon. Let's just get home to Phoenix, or maybe it was 3 or something like that. We pushed us home. So you knew it was like a long drive. And so we left, and as we're like going to El Paso, all of a sudden, southeast Mexico, like one cell popped up. Christian was there. I mean, basically, it was the only storm.
Yeah, you drive right with that.
Every chaser in the world documented that storm. I was bummed. It was like,
that's what I want to get. That shot. I want to get it. I want to get.
So even that, we were even out for 5 days and on our way home exhausted. Because these are the coolest days. First day, we got home leaving it. But
so I'll just
goes through your head like
that one's for time lapse. Picking up dust.
So
it's not that far away from you.
But if it's a tornado or something, I'm probably freaked out. But
you're pretty close.
And then the freaking camera.
The wall cloud. Yeah, but I mean, it was like moving.
Right.
Yeah.
I was so mad.
If it was coming at me, then that would be a different story.
Rocks. I've never seen it awful like
that. The Booker one last year. I mean, it was. I was shooting. I was east of it shooting.
My buddy thought it was
actually was slow, getting close because we wanted to stay ahead of the rain. So we kept going south. We were going south. It's getting closer to us. And so that part was slightly.
How close are you to where it
started? That we got to the Booker before it hit. And luckily, it kind of was dying out.
I was got there right when the party started.
That's the scary part. Is the best shots are also the worst spot to be. So this is on your toes. A lot of people since we're over, and you have speed up, you drive, so you have 10,000 things going on.
We needed a time lapse now. Well, for me, I'm like, sometimes I'm time lapsing 2 cameras. Or time lapsing 1.
This is why I attempt that process.
The planes are really hard.
Hey Matt, was your forget your camera comment at the point at me? Was it?
I was gonna mention your name, but I'm like, that'd be
right. I started laughing. I'm like, that's a me?
Because you don't know what to do something.
I didn't think that many people knew about this.
Did you post it on Twitter?
Oh, I'm sure I posted it. I was pissed.
Yeah, I was gonna mention it, and I'm like, no, I'm doing it. Be nice.
You should have, dude. It was hilarious. At least people know that. People who do this, like, that they think they're like great at it and screw up.
I can only imagine your face though. When you like look.
I mean, like it was like great colors in the sky and like crazy like clouds. But it was weird. Like it was a weird kind of day. It was. Lightning started going off. The problem is I had got a flat. I'm like, oh, yeah. Right when I went out to the car, I had a flat, and so I transferred all my like live streaming stuff over. And I transferred my daughter over and her stuff, and then I forgot the camera stuff in the trunk.
I'm shocked you didn't transfer your camera before your daughter.
Yeah, priorities here.
She has to go. At least I didn't need her.
You get down to Tucson. At least I have my camera.
Yeah. No. Wow. That was the word. And I knew it too as I was living in the town.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't remember living
about ready, Will?
Nope. No cameras.
No, eat quick.
Now what? More time? What do you
yeah, I need more. Is there going to be any other presenters?
I'll have Ken. I'll go to Ken and you can go after Ken. Like you can go after Brian. You can go after Mike.
Maybe I'll go after Mike.
I got it.
That's good because I still got to organize my pictures. Thanks.
Appreciate it. But it was a little weird with using my Mac now a lot lighter. I had a big PC laptop for it, heavy and slow. So I did a bootstrap Windows on my Mac. And for that USB thing, USB modem, like it's out every now and then. So I lose a signal, it doesn't come back. It's really, or no, it's mostly that it wouldn't create a connection on the computer. Like Windows wouldn't recognize it as a local area. Anyway, so I switched to a hotspot next to Wi-Fi. It's not going to drop out of that. The only problem is it doesn't have an antenna. But I guess you can get cradles. I'm going to get a cradle. I think that will enhance the signal. But yeah, I just use that in my laptop for using gets your camera feed. Set up. We're doing YouTube. I got a YouTube thing now. I Because the guy from TVN had like 3 pieces of software. The other one's like $200, and XSplit is free. A little bit of subscription, I think. Yeah, I forgot. I was like, when you were talking about the cell phone stuff. Yeah. And I go, Brian, like 2 years ago, yeah, they use. Yeah. We were just looking at cars. Yeah. I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, because now we've got a car that the whole back is one of those units, and it's got dishes on the top that are protected, so we can find the best cell phone signal, so we can drive now anywhere. But it's in one of those little, like, painterman cars, you know, those weird looking things, and it's got no horsepower whatsoever. Yeah. The clearance is like this. It's like pulling back out of the ferry, you gotta pull. Okay, I'm going 15. That's 5 minutes. That's, but those live trucks are not fun to drive in the wind.
I'm surprised you need them going down. All that stuff. I mean, I guess sometimes you really need them.
And that's the thing. When we're on, we can't pan it. We can. We've got to literally go about that. Otherwise, we get all pixelated.
On the cell phone stuff? Yeah. That makes sense.
Alright. I'm ready to go. Seems like
I miss Rob.
Car Mart, dude.
I mean, I still follow him.
You took his spot, right?
Yeah. I wasn't supposed to. I just fell into this because I'm freelancing for a while, and I was part time. And then okay, hey, I think want a full-time spot. I'm like,
good for you. I don't miss him that much, so you wouldn't have a job. I didn't know. Like, I don't think I knew that. I thought maybe you did work there.
No, I'm freelance. He was
like, you guys were like just love swarms and storm chasers.
Why exactly? That's as if you, anyone can go. Yeah.
He was like the first weather guy.
Yeah.
He like explains things. He's not just.
That's why they go out there and show them. Like your name goes around and like his goes around, yours goes around in your term. All on so it's all weird. He's down here. You
guys will have to pay for video this year.
Have we used one?
No, you can use them. You can use them really.
Well,
no, like we have channel kids too. No, but the live streaming I do. I mean, I was trying to get like free.
Yes, I am.
Like,
Dana? Nice to meet you.
They almost did. They're like such a budget.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah. Oh, I know. Well, they're willing to a couple times.
They're gonna be like, yeah,
they're working because they're private.
Especially people that have a special interest, you know.
My kind of kids use live streaming. And so, it's channel kids.
Thanks. I'm happy to be here. This is cool. I hope it's not just a one-time thing.
I know we
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. I've never heard of it.
Sure.
I don't know.
I'm having fun.
I mean, you local guys.
They don't quite
That's what he said.
Maybe that's what it is.
One word.
Bring me Starbucks tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. The live stream is more like, if you want to go to me like, with this like stuff, then that's treating me like a streamer. Like you can't just use this.
I only think that's putting money into it. We're taking your booth. They've got one. No, I totally agree. We're out there. No, they're. I look at like, hey, we're getting your name out there. I gotta do it.
Taking the caregiver work far. I'm going to the doctor tomorrow.
See, that's the thing. It's like, the smaller people, like, you're like well known. You guys are well known. Once you're out there, then you can start paying, charging. Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Dave.
You can get better.
I don't know, man. I'm thinking I'm gonna have to go out on a little tour.
Become forecaster. You can just join us in forecast.
Hey, that would be fun.
How many spots do you have left? Here for? It's 5 days, 2,000. Last year was like 3 days.
I might.
It's like a little bit more expensive, but it's not even. It's cheaper than what they do in the picture. No, I mean, Roger Hill. William Batman Ward.
Ward.
Private tours out there. Someone told me to buy it.
You always said it. He charges $250.
Really?
Oh, that's what his thing said. I'm like, this is place
personal data. They don't even give us. They'll like give me ours, whatever.
I mean, you just go on, and don't get me wrong, I'm sure he's a great guy. I mean,
Karen Hill's like, she said to me yesterday, like, if you're not charging us for our tours, the warm starts. Can't wait to see a real trail back in. But it's amazing. It's like all these things across the top of it. And it's like tsunamis is one of them, like earthquakes, you know? Like, oh, she'll call you. Like, it was like you had like into the wall. Yeah, just because I need you to charge 25 grand. You know, you think like that includes hotel and everything, right? Oh, you're paying $50? That's for 7 days? It's 5 days away. Hotel, we're not just like it's like your family was you know.
I mean, I can slow down. What? No, I would rather. I mean, I need to.
Yeah.
Edit later.
That's all I do. Sometimes iPhone pictures are awesome. Yeah. I love posting iPhone pictures. But then you post pictures like, okay, I'm not yeah. It just takes a little bit. Like,
I mean, yours is like Nat Geo quality.
Yeah. Why won't they say that? Social media. Why won't they say that? I got like I think I sent a picture of the month for that.
I'll eventually be running. I got I hope it doesn't create. I want to
well, that's the only thing I'm worried about. Like, oh, this is awesome. They can change their content awesome. But I'm worried about
drawing.
I don't think it matters. I think people just are starting. This August is going to be a bunch of people. Like Shane Kirk and his buddy going to come out and shoot like 8 to 9 other people.
One thing out here, feels like
I don't know about the world for this.
That's what.
Really tied up. Really. So Gila River. You stay off Gila River. But I mean, I've been in the Tohono O'odham Nation on the side of the road.
Yeah, I mean, I got drilled on Gila. Somewhat.
I guess I never tasted it.
I got
barely. Well, Gila River's the
There's a couple. I mean, what I do is just even if I pull off on the side of the road, I don't go into the highway.
If you go on the shoulder, you should be okay. But I promise.
Sometimes this is the one time when I got it. He was accusing me of digging up the old one. And I was just like,
the big one.
It's so man. It's tough when they all, all this land you just want to take some pictures.
yeah, I was like, no, man.
I met a good guy out there once, sort of. I did like name drop myself a little bit, saying
beat him at 587.10. All I had was a line of Cumulus, and I had the whole thing coming this way. I see the dust, and that's when he pulled up. Like, this is like, I make money off of this. Like, if you stop me now, I've been here for like over an hour. It's a cutoff right there. And useless. And I go, and I was talking about all the stuff I do. And I was like, all right, bye. I'm gonna go. I told you to leave. Like, if anyone else shows up and you're still here, you're probably gonna be in big trouble. But I'm just gonna go. And he was cool, right? And I finished it. And in that accident, I licensed for the North America Discovery Channel series. So like, I wasn't even lying. I need to finish it.
Surprised they didn't lost the bot.
Yeah, that's I know. You're right. I'm probably like a lawsuit prepping from people.
You need by the time you start running, and by the time you got processing, you're your camera. So
yeah, you're running circles. Going? Thanks so much, though.
Yeah, dude.
Awesome work.
Yeah, really good.
Glad you could be able to join, and hopefully next year.
Yeah.
MonCon.
Yeah, MonCon.
That's what it's called. Multiplicity of War Odyssey.
Yeah. Have a good one.
I go to North Utah.
Yeah.
We're up on Bear Lake.
Oh.
So this is just off the top. I mean,
Your house?
Yeah. What?
Sucks. In Utah?
Utah, oh.
Utah gets fun.
Oh, yeah.
You know David Rankin up there?
No. I mean, this is like...
Is that a real lake that you swim in?
Yeah, that's a lake.
It's Photoshopped.
No, but I mean, like, I didn't know it was like... It's
crystal
not...
clear.
Oh, yeah, water is usually about 12 to 20, 40.
That is crystal clear, man. See that freaking...
I don't like looking through water. It scares me.
Yeah, that was...
You ever see that video that's going around, that shark video?
Yeah. That shark video is not real.
So you're not going to think of filming water spouts under the water?
Well, that would be awesome.
This is looking like so like we're 5 hours.
There goes Mike. Shark. It's Mike.
14-hour drive with shark.
Woo! Love it, dude. Love it.
I mean, looking over these.
Hello, everybody.
Looking through the hours on
Hey, so I have been asked over and over again in the last couple hours for more information on game playing. Since you guys are all waiting to start, I'll give a formal tour if you're interested in learning more about what Game Plank is, what our function here is, and about some of our business development programs if you're interested. So let's go ahead and meet over by the sticker pole if you're interested, and I'll take about 10 minutes to show you around and explain in more detail.
tuning and people are all tuning in. It feels like it's slow down the storm.
Get into the now. Here we go. Oh my God, no one said that.
Oh, okay. You remember my results? Old people have ringtones that sound like old people.
This area right here is called open space. When you're not having full chairs for a
Yeah. It wasn't even my idea. Someone was like, Christian's like, hey, you can live stream it. Alright. That's kind of fun, though, too. Oh, just in general. It's turned into like a really interesting thing for like like something in the back tangled or frozen, and she'll
some of the features though, because those were here right now, I pulled her parking lot. You're not having the overhead in office.
And like everybody like heard it and was like, oh my gosh, and like so she's like so it's been kind of fun because everybody likes it.
Yeah, the joke yesterday was whenever Lila's not with Mike, stream viewers go to like what, 5?
They watch someone else. Yeah, definitely.
So we're gonna walk now to project spaces.
That's all awesome. You're beating me.
Yeah. And she just likes to get out and stuff. Basically, we went last couple years. There's a lot of gas stations. There's kind of going to this gas station, so we would stop like Arizona City, and they were selling these little mini Disney princesses, these little rubber dresses. They're all the princesses, and so we get one. So we're gonna be we got them all, and we get other things. But she loves to go out because we get food and we might go get something like that. She can watch an iPad. Yeah, we brought you guys over. Now we brought you guys last year, and we got to get them out and do some shoot up. And so I got pictures of them. And you guys touching the ground like that. And I did road, so I got like pictures of them. I have some of the best pictures of I was just waiting. We're sitting here in like a very low travel road that we grew up on, so I'm gonna go sit in the stripes and the night is great. You get like spun around your dress and then it's like it's a perfect spin with your dress and how you have it like framed like that. So I try to do that.
Yeah, this is that one super cell. You see the other slot. Yeah, third slot back here. It was actually there's a wall cloud here. This was actually a scud that was rising up quick. This wasn't actually like attached. It looked like a wall cloud, but what it was because the storm was rotating. You know, when you're looking at it, you can tell, right? The storm was rotating this way, it was spiraling up towards this direction, and some scud was pulling into it. Because from my vantage point, it probably was like a little mini tail cloud, but because of where I was looking at it, it looked like just a little nub.
So this was the main area, or you're
yes,
saying?
Yeah. So basically,
interesting that it's on.
Yeah, and I'm facing west. I'm on the east side of the storm, and there's a convergence zone that runs along like this. So what happened was that there was enough shear that was coming from this area, from the south, from my left coming up in this way, which was causing the cell to spin as the updraft tower was going in. But what was really weird was this is not high base.
No, those are low LCLs, dude.
This is a low freaking LCL that is like is one of those rare gems that you talk about. It's just like the average elevation here is about 2,500 feet of the Mojave Desert right in this area, and you're looking at maybe 2,000 feet above that, which is like typical surface-based convection. But right here is this is the actual wall cloud here, and my next picture I will actually show it. So, but this is the scud, this is the inflow scud, and then this is a little shelf feature, which was also another little tail coming in over here. So, yeah, and so I got into it on some time lapse. I don't know if you want to see it real quick. Yeah, let's take a second. I just got so much shit. It just I could spend 2 hours and not cover everything. Let me just show you this video. July 22nd, 2013.
Yeah. This was when it reached you. That disturbance, the upper level disturbance.
Okay, there were several different events that were going on. This was in the early part of the afternoon.
I think I started like 2009 a little bit.
I just want to show you real quick. I'm gonna find this one spot. I got onto
2006.
I got onto the wall cloud.
Oh yeah.
Okay, if you look real carefully, you can see the wall cloud.
Crisp edge to it.
Yeah, I got a picture of it too that I'm gonna show. So anyway,
What do you guys
Will tackling SoCal.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, well let me just skip ahead because okay, now here's
You
as
got Ben
I'm
McMillan over there.
yeah, so here's as I'm coming in. Now you tell me.
No, we're getting footage.
Oh,
From Oklahoma, from Moore. Oh, he's got the 27-minute long one. It's just, oh, nice.
yeah, let me just go back. But see, you can see the updraft. You can see the supercells it's doing. Here's the RFD flank in the back, the clear slot here. So I've got a little time lapse showing.
You got not that distance, but you get some inflow from that distance?
Oh yeah, absolutely. There was wind that was screaming in from as I'm looking at it. I pull over here, and there's wind on my back shooting in this way. Now there's a convergence zone. See, there's a convergence zone in all this. Yeah, so see there. Yeah, so well actually there was some stuff. The real wall was actually.
Oh, you're doing time lapse.
Yeah, there was. It kind of turned the wall.
Kind of has that character.
Yeah. About 9 minutes people like, oh, it's
yeah. So you can see the tower, see how
wow, that's
converted. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's like a dry line. This was this was a dry line event, a freaking dry line event in Southern California. That's exactly what this was. So now look, there's a wall cloud. Now watch. Now watch.
Nothing poking down at all?
This freaked out everybody, even the National Weather Service.
Look at that scud rising.
Yeah. The National Weather Service is going, we can't believe that we're witnessing this because there's a lot of they don't have a lot of eyes. You know, they see stuff on radar, but there's not a lot of people. So, and there was actually a bunch of storm chasers in the area too that were their jaws were hitting the floor. But you can see the wall. You know, you can see the wall. Now, I didn't get time lapse of the wall rotating because by the time I got close enough, I started, my visibility got really shot. You know, this thing was rotating.
Oh yeah.
How long did you put it just to go down the
It was, about 30 minutes, and I compressed it. The whole thing was about 2 hours. Yeah, and so now, then we had some more. Here's a clear slot here, so you have some more. Hey, look at updrafting coming in.
Now, I was going to say, if this is not time lapse, I'd be like, super.
Yeah.
That motion.
It was, and then you can see small little shear funnels, they weren't, but, little shear funnels were forming, and so I was just going, You can see the shear. You can see the stuff coming in this way and then the shear. Look at
And
the
this
scud.
was July.
Oh, nice. Little,
Look at the scud.
look at this Scud monster.
Yeah. And then now I'm getting precipitons. So now, yeah. So this little guy here, this one thing was trying to spin. See the shear?
Oh, yeah.
See the rotation coming in.
Oh, yeah, look at that broad.
Yeah, but it never was. Yeah, because it's being undercut. Because the output was starting to get angry.
We go down like from Florence and shoot. And that's what we get all the time. It's like so close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like the monsters.
We lack that shear.
They were pure wimpy last year.
Except, I mean,
We went up in a blow in September and got a huge downpour.
Now, you got it. If you want to really see something, you got to see.
Bye, yo.
Randy's solution to Gary was they're like they drive right from somewhere. They do like I want to find out who's running the league.
Why am I not allowed to say yo?
He may or may not want to do it.
Now
That's Dr. Randy.
this was a.
That looks like.
This is in Riverside.
Yeah.
And no, by my house, where I live. This is Riverside, California.
Up around Beaumont, man?
No, further west.
Oh, further west?
Yeah, further west. This is Paris.
Oh, yeah, you're
Riverside.
down
This is Interstate 215 and the 60 freeway right here. And now this storm, this was one of my most perfectly precision target.
He does a lot of time video.
So what happened here is that
we've got 7 more minutes.
So, yeah, now, watch what happens. Again, position, and you can see this lowering right here. The storm was beginning to rotate, and they issued the severe warning. They issued the severe on it, and they mentioned the rotation. And they were keeping an eye to see if they were going to warn them what.
Not that I'm here. Sure.
That looks just like Simi Valley.
No.
Industrial.
No, it's.
Oh, look at this.
But you remember, I am old, and I give me 20 minutes and I'll forget we've had this conversation. I met him in the... I picked him out of like... I go, my wife goes,
Now the mezzo's right here.
See, I was
The mezzo's formed like this, but my camera I could not, because I'm practically
Couldn't get the whole thing in
Yeah, I
frame.
couldn't because I was
Look how
under.
green.
Yeah, this thing is producing 2-inch halos coming in. So the mezzo's wrapping up around
So
like
who'd you meet
this.
today?
You can see the rotation. You can see it.
I know.
When was this?
So I met him and then I'm talking to him on Facebook and
He's at Riverside.
you already did.
And so the rotation, you know, it's trying, and I swear to God, I could have swore several times I saw it try to attempt to. I mean, it's literally trying. But at the same time, it was killing its own self because it was, you know, the problem is that and right here, I thought, oh, tornado. I thought it's trying.
Yeah, look at this.
It was freaking trying to
shaft there.
it was trying to produce a tornado, and you know,
It could have been. In this shaft.
Embedded, yeah. It's like a little occlusion.
Yeah, and it tried. It tried, and then.
Then it just let that burst go.
Now watch what happens. It finally just collapses. It collapses on itself. Now watch the rain. Watch the rain as it just like literally just collapses. It just
Must have been some serious shear wind.
Oh, look at that. Look at that downburst.
It just collapsed on itself. It dumped 6.5 inches of
Yeah,
rain
that
in 1 hour, and it flooded out Riverside. It had 85 mile an hour winds from Jasper. And you see Riverside, they had to evacuate it because of all the water coming in. So, but
Here's the strobe light time lapse. I very new at time lapsing still, but this was the Supercell and Neil.
Still on YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think I watched it a couple nights ago, actually. Because I've been trying to look at time-lapse stuff.
Yeah, this is not the way to time lapse.
Yeah.
But
I don't know.
I use my GoPro now in time lapse, and it's way older. Every which I still learning. I mean,
See, my only camera I have is the Canon Pro.
Teach fire rescue.
Yeah.
Kind of stuff. So
I go to a track.
But my only problem with it is trying to figure out how to avoid the color
Go back to a
changing
racetrack and they'll come up
with that particular camera.
because everybody calls me.
He's a Blinsky helmet.
You see it, you're sitting there going like,
Snyder.
hi, yeah. Okay, and looking on his chest to see his name tag, whatever his credentials are.
Then he like starts to dust out.
But for a lot of people, and I can see it,
Makes it like the sky looks like my back home.
Yeah. And then my camera battery dies.
Of course.
That's just.
One night I go,
Yeah, that's why I got the phone.
yeah, sure you did.
Liar. Liar.
See?
That's yours.
Oh, by the way,
Yeah.
but you know, and this is going to help build that community. I was watching when you were on Chelsea. I watch all the spotters. Three computers. I watch all the different spotters moving around. I'm like, and sure enough, it's like when you pull in, you're going,
It's really bad at being down there. It looks bad, but sometimes they're a lot more stuff. They're not really close together, but they're like, think of it.
yeah, you guys are passing each other. And then they're starting to say, well, that's Kevin Saunders, or oh, that's so-and-so. But, you know, it's funny because I was talking to somebody the other night about you, and they're going, never met him, but I've heard of him in school. It's good for you. It's good. It's good.
It's still weird for you.
You certainly it is what it is. Maybe a little weird. So what are we doing here? Live stream.
You're probably listening to the conversation because the camera's right there. Hello.
Rich.
Hi. I'm a dork. So which one's your camera?
That's my middle one.
What lens is that?
Favorite lighting lens.
50 millimeter. Yeah. Really?
I have this photo right here. You're like, it's like you're just a good enough distance away where you're not so far away. And that's so wide. You can get lighting for base of the cloud. Yeah, you get so much detail on the wall. 105. That's what you want. I like that. Yeah, I mean, some people want it. It's weird to find people. I really like it. Really good foreground. You can't just be like foreground. That's what you care about. The lighting is the star. Yeah. No. But Will be speaking after mine. Right now.
When I send that one.
But anyway, I like that. But I like to get close to
Is that a MacBook here?
This is Windows, yeah, Windows.
Well, that's one. So you switch. I bought a new laptop just so that I could stream. And I got a Mac. I love my Mac. I do everything on my Mac. But, well, I've got an older MacBook, one of the first ones, and even though it's got 8 megs of RAM, it just did not.
Okay, yeah, you know what? Super slow. John Sklarski!
Hey! Oh, no way, dude! How you doing? Good to see you, man. How you doing? Long time. I know. How's the kids? Good. Just turned 4 months old. Doubled in size. It's pretty cool. You feed him. It's like, he's like 4 ounces, and also now it's like 7. It's like, awesome, man. Yeah, no, they're good.
You were actually doing a slideshow? Yeah, just a real quick one, just to show some of the stuff.
I'll say hi.
Tell what time you're on? Right after me.
We have the guys from England.
Yes.
Fountain House.
Oh, Paul Bott.
Is his name Bott? Because I don't know. It's this post this morning
Waters of National Weather Service will be speaking at 1:05, so very shortly. So just talk amongst yourself and get that projector on. That might be important. Might need that.
Just a regular, right?
No, I'm not. I'm not a public speaker. Yeah, well, I finished on my 2 degree at college. Now I'm going to ASU bachelor's. College? I heard about that. Yeah.
No, it's just, yeah, good man. Relax.
Yeah, really. I know ASU has a program that allows like people transfer to community colleges that actually get up to like 72 credits for CBC. So that's a lot more than like the programs that ASU Polytechnic has. I just do like stuff like that. What about you? It's fun. Yeah, so you do have to. Photography, I took a little break from that. I know I do love them both. Originally, I went for photography and then I said, well, I really like graphic design because you learn the composition of that kind of stuff. You understand it hand in hand. Yeah.
Not yet. I gotta find a writing utensil. I got it. Right here. Yeah.
One more minute. All right, ladies and gents, Ken Waters.
Thanks, Christian. It's a pleasure being here in this inaugural event. I certainly hope this is not a one-time only affair. I think it'd be great if this becomes an annual event and we just fill this room. It's very exciting stuff. This is fun. It's great to meet y'all. Let's see. I don't know where this photo came from. Yeah, it's one of these spotters that we don't trust, you know. I put that up there just for you, Mike. Everybody knows where that photo came from, I hope. Before I get going, just a brief introduction.
introduction on myself, but actually really more on my role with the Weather Service. I've been here in Phoenix for 7 years now, and so I've seen 7 monsoon seasons, or maybe 6.5. And my official title is called Warning Coordination Meteorologist, which means a lot of things, but it's sort of like kind of like a director of operations of certain aspects, but especially the outreach. You know, the working out with people outside of the office. So I work with emergency management officials for just about everything. I'm actively working on Super Bowl support for the coming Super Bowl, in which the 49ers will be here, in case you have any questions. Whoa. Oh, sorry. I've provided extensive support to things like the Yarnell and the Wallow fires for state, because I do a lot of state support for the Arizona Department of Emergency Management. I would go out there and I try to recruit something called Storm Ready Communities, which is just basically helping communities to better utilize weather data and set up that good communications avenue. A lot of stuff on outreach. Everything from working directly with the media, the spotter program, which we just finished our year's worth of spotter classes last month, so that's very exciting. And doing all sorts of various public talks and that sort of thing. Something of interest to y'all, hopefully. It's not often, but I do conduct storm surveys. So last year, I think I had a whole one. But I did go out to remember the Ahwatukee microburst? That was an interesting one that took all the construction material and basically flung it through people's houses and things like that nearby. And I definitely did one earlier this year for something that we never get in Arizona, right? We had a tornado in Mesa, of all things. Yes. So that was really fascinating. It's great going out and talking to people and then taking pictures and documenting with their GPS and that sort of thing. And I manage a whole slew of different dissemination programs for us. Everything from the old tech NOAA weather radio to the emergency alert system, which is also kind of old, but it's actually really important. That's your TV. Sometimes you get the little tone that comes in on the TV. That's what that is. And a newfangled thing called the wireless emergency alerts. And also of interest, just from this last week, I was in Washington. I was asked to work on a special fast-track project to try to come up with some kind of replacement for NOAA weather radio. So we need it. And every once in a while, I actually do some forecasting work and helping out with severe weather. Okay, monsoon 101. I'm calling this. It's the term originally, most of you probably are aware, came from South Asia, the Indian subcontinent. Basically, it's a shifting, a seasonal prevailing wind shift, where at a certain time of year, the winds are generally blowing from one direction, another time of year, they shift. It's very dramatic in the Indian subcontinent. It goes from very, very dry conditions to wetter than they often want to be. But it is important to mention that even for them, the monsoon is a good thing usually. They really need the water, and it's life support for them. And we need the water too, so we're similar in that regard. A number of years ago, they extended it out to be to include the Southwest United States, and so I'm just going to show a few little diagrams of the monsoon. This doesn't show up so well, but it came from an older AMS, American Meteorological Society publications online. I know it's a god-awful URL there. But so hard to see New Mexico and Arizona here. But basically, where we have a trough sitting off to our west, And it's enough to focus some moisture coming up into Arizona, and that's what gets us excited. Sometimes we call it maybe a monsoon surge or something like that. And the key is getting that high pressure off of us. Because usually when we get that high pressure sitting right over Arizona, what does it mean? Anybody? Yeah, heat. Yes, very hot. So any kind of break in that pattern is going to bring in moisture at that time of year. And a little different look. This is sort of a vertical slice. It's technically centered a little more towards Mexico. But I want to make the point, Mexico really, really gets the southwest monsoon. As another slide will show, it kicks in a lot earlier in the year there than it does here. And they get it like every day, and they get a lot of it. And you can really see it when you look at the satellite imagery. That's a good way to... So this is like a slice here showing the higher terrain down in the Sonoran state down to the south of Arizona. And how basically it focuses the air currents from lower, they come on up, you get condensation, and you basically setting up one of these cycles here where it's basically an avenue for the storms to form. And then if the wind currents are right, specifically actually if the pressure currents, the pressure cells are right, you can push a lot of that activity up north into Arizona. And so another diagram, where they get this one? That's from one of the NOAA offices, CPC. Basically showing a dry type pattern. There's a high pressure sitting maybe over Nevada, and just bringing the wind flow down across Arizona from the northeast. Very dry pattern normally. However, if we get a nice trough sitting up, off like over Baja or something like that, that can really force a strong component of moisture coming up over Arizona. And this could also be, I've heard mentioned already today, tropical cyclones, hurricanes out here. An enormous amount of moisture, and if everything works right, the stars are all aligned, we'll get a nice flow of moisture coming up. Sometimes that can result to 1 or 2 days of really heavy rain across Arizona. We've had a couple of those actually since I've been here. The storm doesn't get up here, but the moisture does. So that's what it's all about, actually. Okay. I'm upset that Royal couldn't stay this afternoon. This is one of his babies. I call it the dew point rule. If any of you all have been around for a while, you know that we used to basically tell the news media, okay, today the monsoon starts. How do we do that? We had some kind of crazy little mechanism, basically looking for 55-degree average dew point. So you got 24 hours in the day, you take the hourly, the top of the hour, average all those dew points together, and you've got an average dew point. And they are, as you see on the slide coming up, they're going up right now, as you would expect they would be. Because our monsoon season actually starts tomorrow. So basically, that's this old system that was used. And looking at that 55 degrees, and it had to be 3 days in a row. So it couldn't be just one shot and then drop back down, just a little short-term moisture. So 3 days in a row, and it amazed me when I first got here. The media just flashed all over this. Just thought it was so interesting. And we'd get calls from the TV stations. Is it here yet? Is it here yet? So it got to be a bit of a mess because you know what was happening? Everybody was focusing on whether or not it's here, and nobody was focusing on what it means and how to deal with it. And that's the reason why we switched, and we said, forget all that. We're going to just say, we call it, this might have actually been 2008, I'm not sure about that, I think it might have been 8, where we started calling it a season. I mean, this is just like the hurricanes. They do the hurricane season, what was it, June through the end of October or November? I think it's November, at least for the Atlantic. So this is our season, and we call it June 15th, tomorrow, through September 30th. scientist, I think there's still merit to looking at the average dew point because it certainly is an indication of that monsoon surge. So we actually have a way of tracking it, and this is pretty cool. I think you have to, well, I know we have a pointer to it on our website, but if you go to the Tucson National Weather Service site, you'll see all kinds of stuff on monsoon tracking and whatnot. And this was just, I just captured this last night. Let's see, the red is the average, and I'm not sure what's the average, 1961 to 2012. The average dew point, again, for Phoenix Sky Harbor. This isn't Chandler, this isn't Mesa, this is Sky Harbor. We already heard a little bit about the, your variation with the spatially. So, and these are the actual amounts, and as you can see, generally an uphill trend. And actually, look at this. Looks like on the last day, the 12th, probably, I think. Starting to get up there. So it looks like maybe about 47 degrees. And that's what it's going to look like on whatever an average monsoon is. Where the average amount is going to go over 55 and stay up there probably until early September. That's an average. Reality, it does this. And that's where we're talking about those couple of days of surging. And I think I got to zoom in. Same thing, but this is just for the month of June. Kind of shows it more. There you see the 46. We're getting up there. Starting to feel it a little bit out there. I think it might have dropped down a little bit here today. But that overall trend, look at that, we were 14 in early June, and so it's slowly creeping back in. So accordingly, I mentioned June 15th is the start of the monsoon season. Well, this is just kind of a whole statewide thing, and actually even includes New Mexico. So as I mentioned, where you are, it's gonna vary as far as that start date. And you see, look at way down in, I don't even know if this is still Sonoran. This is Sonoran State here, but look at this, early June. So it's already kicking in probably further on down there. And as you inch further to the north, that date gets later and later, and you start talking about early July for much of Arizona. Although I would say, I think more like late June probably for like Cochise County and the southernmost part of Arizona. And one thing that is wrong about this graph, I would say, is there's no mention here of California, Nevada. In reality, that monsoon definitely hits Southeast California, hits Las Vegas, even goes on up into Utah and New Mexico and West Texas. So I'm just putting all these plugs into the people that are not here. Well, Matt, is Matt still here?
No, he left too.
Yeah, see, I could have left all these slides out. This is something I kind of stumbled on last night when I was doing some Google searching, and actually a very nice page that I presume he had his hand in, along with the rest of his staff there with Channel 12. But it was just posted last night, and I liked it because there's actually a lot in here, and it was all pretty factual. I mean, it was good. It's good stuff, like about the various questions, like a FAQ kind of thing for the monsoon, and even a little bit of quizzing in there. So anyway, I thought that was a nice web page. He's not here though. So one thing I get asked, is this going to be a normal monsoon? Can somebody here tell me what a normal monsoon is? I haven't figured it out yet. That's why I got this question marks there. I don't know. I really don't know. I've been here 7 years. Everyone has been dramatically different. We had the so-called monsoon, about 3 or 4 years ago, where we had a couple of days real early on, I think in late June and early July, and then whoosh, suddenly dew points going into the 20s and 30s for the summer. Very unusual. But anyway, my point being, it's going to change every year. I get asked this by media all the time. How does the monsoon look? Well, it's going to be storms. And there's going to be humidity and there's going to be dust. So, beyond that, I am not good enough to tell you that, okay, at Sky Harbor the monsoon is going to be this or that, or Ahwatukee, or Chandler, or Mesa. Because what we see is that dramatic variation, even in 1 year, spatially, right? I think Matt made that point earlier. And sporadic, this surging that I had talked about. The rainfall range for a whole season, again, unfortunately just measured with Sky Harbor. That's just one place. But the variation can be, less than an inch. Can you imagine a monsoon season less than an inch? I think that might have been the one that we had a few years ago. To a real wet one, up to 8 inches. And more typical average is going to be 2 to 5 inches. Again, though, that's Sky Harbor. That's just one point. That's not really reflective of the whole valley. And along those lines, there is a pretty neat website which it has been updated for 2013. Okay. Yeah, I was going to put the link on there. But it dropped off, I guess. But it's, again, with those, this is accessible, I think, from that Tucson weather page. And again, the Phoenix one points to it. But look at this, again, Sky Harbor only, Phoenix. There's the wettest monsoon, 9.56 inches. That's a nice one, 1984. And they go on down, and do we have a recent one there? Yeah, 2008. 5.7 inches. It was the 10th wettest monsoon. Again, just for that one point. So, not scientifically, not the best measure. Look at this. Driest monsoon ever, about 1/3 of an inch of rain. Can you imagine? And 2007. I was thinking it was weather for that one, but I think this might have been our monsoon, 0.87. Again, just one point though. And along those lines, there is something that you might be interested in if you're tracking the monsoon. Something called the Phoenix Rainfall Index. A forecaster that used to be with us had developed this, and it is active. It runs. You always hear black dots here because there's no rain. Basically, it looks at 24 hours of data, and instead of focusing on just Sky Harbor, it collects all the rainfall reports. A lot of these are from the Maricopa County Flood Control District, and maps them out, and then kind of does a statistical study to say, okay, your average rain across the greater Phoenix area was such and such. And we call that the PRI. And not surprisingly, yesterday's PRI was 0. But this is kind of fun to check out when we actually start getting those showers coming in. Switching just a little more towards the individual storms. One of the points that we make pretty strongly in our spotter classes is the importance of the microbursts or downbursts. Arguably, probably the biggest cause of damage weather-wise in general here in this area. And these occur usually severe thunderstorms, severe the way we define them, with very strong winds, maybe some hail, a significant hail size. And a cold downdraft coming down, strong winds coming out, and pushing out that outflow boundary that we heard about a little earlier today. And as a meteorologist, I'll tell you, that's a lot of fun sitting at the radar watching those things, because on a really active monsoon day, we'll see these popping up all over the place. And there's one moving this way, there's one moving that way, there's one moving this way. And sometimes when they collide, fun stuff happens. Well, hopefully not if your home is right underneath them. But basically, you get a very, very rapid development of thunderstorms. Sometimes when we get these, we're intersecting outflow boundaries. And that's one of the things we watch for, and we need to be ready to, if we see that, as soon as we see a little bit of convection starting to show up on the radar, we know, okay, that one has a really good chance of being severe. And we make this point in the spotter classes. Microburst, micro is just a scale factor. That's all it is. So it's all kind of the same thing. Macroburst just means a larger one. They're all downbursts, and they can all be pretty severe. Winds as much as 100 miles an hour, which cause a lot of damage. And here in Arizona, the most common damage seems to be power lines. I mean, those are going down all the time during the monsoon season. Also a fair amount of roof damage. Man, this looks like a tornado, doesn't it? Okay, this picture up here. This is that storm that I talked about that I went out and did a storm survey on last year out in Ahwatukee. Really a lot of damage. I was real surprised how much, and a lot of it was from construction roof tiles that hadn't been put up yet. As a matter of fact, I think these look like, I'm not sure about from the photo, but you know, you see those roof tiles sometimes stacked up, getting ready to put up on your homes. Now this is not Arizona, but I thought this was really super cool. I got it from La Crosse, Wisconsin, showing we're not the only place that gets these downburst winds. This is the case where a large area of trees were just in one fell swoop, just all knocked down, all in one direction from a downburst. Just really shows you the power of them, and you know, again, can do a lot of damage. Flash flooding is a big threat around here. We have the turn around, don't drown saying. And again, another plug for Royal, but he's not here. I found on the web some of his coverage. Remember the big Anthem flood about 2 years ago, I think, where cells were just tracking right up I-17 and basically just kind of stopped in their tracks right there. And you had a lot of terrain focusing, which is something we always worry about, because that's where we can often get that really bad flash flooding. And we had water rescues and that sort of thing. And what we always have is pictures of Apache Junction. And some of you might remember the crazy driver lady that drove right through because she saw a pickup going through, and her car made an unscheduled left turn, and it was all caught on a helicopter, Jump 15's helicopter. And she made the Ellen show, yes, that's the one. So, here's something that's probably cool that I bet most of you, maybe none of you have heard about. There's a research project that goes on here, has for the last several years, during the monsoon, where our National Severe Storms Laboratory, they're out in Norman, Oklahoma. They actually come out here and they got a great little portable Doppler, sort of like a Doppler on wheels. Actually comes out here and sits out right by the Salt River, because that's a good place for them to look, and trying to capture those really significant monsoon events. So I don't know if anybody's seen this. You have to kind of look. You have to know what you're looking for. But I've seen it. You go out Highway 87, follow Country Club or Gilbert where it connects, and go up to towards the Red Mountain area, and you'll see a van like that during the monsoon season. That's what it is. It's a research, and if you're interested, I should be able to get you a tour if everything works right. All right, and again for Royal. He's been adamant to telling his, I can tell stories about him, he's not here right now. Other good stuff, it's some satellite analysis, that sort of thing. Also, looking at a way to help us get those initial dust storm observations, but not just us, it also helps responders out there. It helps ADOT, who that's an agency that we're very, very closely partnered with on a lot of things, including you might have seen they just put out a survey the last couple of days about what would you do with driving through dust storms, that sort of thing. So we work very closely with them as well as DPS and other agencies. So I'm not going to go through some of this, but this was kind of done on my own time and my own money and all at home. But I've had some success basically setting up a standalone dust sensor at home. And the good news is, well, let me tell you about it first. You know, there's the maker movement. I mentioned Arduino and Raspberry Pi, and the guys that work this space here, I think, are pretty familiar with this as well. So these are like $35 a piece, and a lot of fun to play with if you're inclined towards electronics or computer programming. And the Raspberry Pi is actually a single board Linux computer, all on its own. $35 for a computer. I can beat that. And then I mentioned low-cost dust sensors. There's a couple that I've worked with. This is the one that I'm using right now for my setup, the Grove. These are like $10, $15. That's it. And then there's this is the Shinra. There's actually one that we might be using. It's a much higher quality, but it's $100, still dirt cheap when you consider what it does. And so some examples, pictures of what things look like. There's through there. This is, I think that's my picture on the right of showing you basically. This is an Arduino. There's the sensor. A little bit of guts. I put extra sensors in there, light and temperature and whatnot. And again, it's very inexpensive. Hook it up to some communications. Okay, we're looking at a couple of options there. And then some power, and you're good to go. Communications you need to get up to the cloud, of course. And the block diagram showing it. Okay, some more pictures of it. It's fun. I'm a nerd. You know, we're talking really inexpensive. Most of this is off-the-shelf type stuff. Powered USB hub, which you kind of need for the Raspberry Pi, and so on. But most of this is really inexpensive stuff. And basically, I produce raw data about every 30 seconds. I take an observation, and I can do graphs. I don't know how well. They show pretty good. Let there be light, right? Okay, it's daytime. Temperature curve, relative humidity. Again, the sensor that does these two is $5. That's it, $5. And the most important thing, measuring the PM 2.5 and PM 10, which is the size of particulates that it's looking for in microns for the dust. So a lot of things I'm working on here. I'm going to jump down to here and say breaking news is that my office, in an official sense, is going to fund some of these this year. And so I'm going to be in a wild hurry to set some of this stuff and do ordering here in the next few weeks. And I'm going to have at least one set up. Since it's a chaser convention, I better talk about something about chasing. I'm going to set up one to be a mobile one, which basically means it's not going to have, it may not have the cloud aspect, the communications, but it's going to record it, and I want to record it just your chasers. You want to go see a tornado, right? And get some visuals of that. I want to electronically, with data, record a major dust storm or haboob, if you like. So I think that's.
Are you going to drive it?
Yeah.
So we'll see you out there chasing.
That's right. You'll see me out there too. Just don't spin your four-wheel drive next to my sensor, okay? I'll be mad at you for that. I'm basically done, except parting word. Since this is since y'all are chasers, And my hat, a lot of what I do deals with safety. Can't emphasize enough, we heard the news last year in Oklahoma. Please be safe out there. Make sure you've got a way out if you put yourself in what might be a dangerous position. Have that escape route handy. So we lost a good storm spotter, chaser last year. I think that's it. Yes. Are there any questions? Nothing? Oh, yes.
So why did you pick 2.5 and 10 micron for dust?
Those are kind of standards. Actually, for the dust here, probably 10, PM10 is the standard. Oh boy, going back to my dimensional analysis. So micron, any sign this here, 10 to the minus 6. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, milli is minus 3. Very, very small particles, but there is a difference. When you're talking about PM 2.5, it's even smaller, and that's typically more like smoke. And so that's something that like our fire community, they measure whenever we have the bad wildfires, looking for smoke potential as a threat to the public. PM10 is the one that's probably more associated with the dust here. So, but the 2.5 does catch it as well, though. More questions? Is it warm in here, or is it just me overheated? No more questions? Okay.
About, what happened last year. I don't know if you've seen on YouTube, they have the guy has a very good analysis on what happened in Oklahoma. All the spotters and very educational.
Yeah, it was, I don't know if it was a still or a video. I've seen those shots that show all the little dots moving around, and there's areas where there's a whole bunch of them, and they go down one road we do the best we can predicting these things, and I like to think we try hard, and we usually get pretty close to right, but we don't know everything. You do get situations where the tornado can suddenly take a right turn, and it's not expected. So.
Suggest people if you're interested in doing this. That was a very excellent production schedule. It was on the analysis of. I'll find it.
Okay. Anyway, if you want to contact me, here's my email. You can, this is actually my office extension, but we have a public phone, a public line that you can call also if you're just at 602-275-0073. So, anyway, I thank you for the time. I hope I didn't run over. That's all right.
It's called Safety Lessons from Halloween.
Okay.
Skip tail lot. Albedo, tornado, really good. Understanding the chase.
Fox, on yourself. Get some noise in here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a little break, and then up next is going to be the Great Oblinsky.
Thank you.
great Oblinski is about to speak, and before he speaks, I also want to mention that there are drinks in the back, food, so help yourselves for anyone just joining us, as well as a bonus speaker. After Mike, we are going to hear the guy who tackles down Southern California, but it's not just us that experiences the monsoon, right? It's our surrounding neighbors, surrounding neighboring states. So, he was cool enough to put a quick little presentation, and we're going to get to know a little about Southern California weather, so that's pretty exciting. Will Wilkins, the Landspout King. All right, everybody, Mike Oblinski.
I want to just do something real quick for Christian. I love this guy. If there's like a storm chaser in Arizona, he's the guy. And he did all this. He came to a photography show I did, I don't know, a few months ago. And I like my photos. I'm pretty happy with them. I never presume anyone else likes them. I would never give anything, any one of my photos to anybody without knowing that they liked them first. But he came to my show, he was staring at this one picture, and he's like, if I ever get some money, I'm going to do that. And it was like at that moment I knew at ChaserCon, I wanted to give it to you. And it's just a gift. Thank you for doing all this. He did all this after his own money, this whole thing, all that food and stuff. I mean, anyway. And also, I want to shout out to his mom. I've been talking to his mom, who took him out storm chasing when he was 14 because he loved storms so much. She's like, why aren't we out doing this instead of just sitting at home, running around the house, looking at radar, looking out the window? And any mom that would do that for their kid, yeah, you want to go storm chasing? Okay. Like, most moms would be like, I think we're going to stay home and have a legging. So, yeah. Shout out to your mom. Your mom's amazing. I love her. I get medals today. Before I get into what I want to talk about, I want to do just a little thing. This is the dust storm I shot on July 5th, if you guys don't know. This other kid named Daniel Bryant took this shot on the same, almost at the exact same time. And we get confused a lot. People, I mean, just like a month ago, someone emailed me wanting to license this photo. I'm like, it's not mine, but it certainly looks like it. You go if you go back and forth, the colors and the tones and everything are so similar that to an untrained photographer eye or something. So he passed away. I'm not sure exactly the circumstance, but he passed away about a year after he took this. And so it's just his mom and family who are looking out for this guy. And I found out about it like a year ago because someone's like, Mike, your Haboob photos at Kita Jungle in Chandler or something up on the wall. I'm like, I don't know anything about that. So I made him go back and he took a picture for me. And it was his photo that they had put up in like 3 separate panels, giant, in a hallway, and never asked permission or anything for it. So she found out about it though and went down there and got him to put up a plaque in his honor and all this stuff. So I kind of want to just bring it to attention that if anyone sees like these photos out there like being used and you don't know, like email me or something because I'm trying to help his mom like keep this under control and get any money that she should be getting for this photo. This photo he took was like National Geographic. It's been like everywhere. He even beat me out in a spot for the Cord Publishing weather calendar, which is the amazing weather calendar. And I have been in it, but they were decided between my Haboob photo and his for one of the months, and his won out. And anyway, I just trying to look out for that family and all that. So if you see it, let me know. Briefly, kind of how I got started doing this. I think someone told me I spoke at Sedona Photo Fest last week, and someone thought it was interesting because a lot of photographers have been doing it for a long time, and there's a lot of people who just started and they don't have any confidence and they don't know if they're going to go anywhere with what they're doing. And so I only started chasing about 6 years ago, or even taking pictures 6 years ago. But I've always loved the weather, and so that's always been a passion. This is a photo I took in high school, and I had no idea that I even liked doing this, but I just knew that I loved storms, and for some reason I went outside, and I really wish that I knew what I was doing about weather that day, because that looks like an awesome, super selfish looking storm that was probably doing something great. But I remember sitting on the patio with my dad as a kid, and the lightning strike landed like a quarter-mile away behind our house, and just being blinded for like 5 seconds. And from that moment, I've always loved the weather. And it was kind of nice for me when I started getting into this hobby. I went back and found, it's not really a hobby anymore, but when I started, I thought it was. And when I found this photo, it was like validation for me that I don't think this is a hobby. I think this is something I was always meant to do, and I just had no clue. It took me 20 years to figure it out from that photo. This was before I kind of got into it. This photo is so great to me because when I took it, it was 2006 or something behind my house. And I just went out with a crappy digital camera, and it's like 7 photos. And when I stitched them back then, I had no idea. You could see that it was 7 photos stitched together because they were all different shapes or different hues and colors and stuff. And it wasn't until I actually learned Photoshop that I figured out how to stitch it together. But this was just another thing where I wasn't even doing this yet, and I saw this start happening behind our house, and I just said, see ya to my wife, and went out here and just was freaking out. And I think I probably had like 100 photos in this little camera, and this was like the best one of them that showed it. And this is why Arizona's amazing, is stuff like this. So I've been chasing, mostly this is the photo that kind of inspired me to start doing it. When my daughter was born, I started taking pictures of my daughter, and at a little point in shoot, I was doing macro mode on her face, and I thought it was so artistic, so super close on her face. And then I realized, I was like learning more about it, and we could do 3 shots a second. And so I'm like, I'm going to try to get some lighting, so I had to get into lighting photography and looking at what other people were doing. And so I went out a few nights, just held the camera up the window and held the button down, and just to see what I could get. And like the 3rd night out, I got this. And it was so great because the lightning, or the camera, was on a delay, so I'm holding the button down, so pictures would come up like 2 or 3 seconds later, like really quick. And I saw this like, oh my gosh, and I looked down, just waiting, picture, boom, and it appeared, and then it disappeared, and I'm like, I could not believe it. So at the time, it was amazing, and I sent it to Channel 12 when I got on TV, and I was like, this is what I want to do. And immediately after, I talked to my wife into selling all her DVDs to buy my first Canon Rebel, and that actually worked, and so we got it. So ever since then, I've been chasing more and more. I was in the Storm Chasers at the time, and after a while, I realized I don't actually just have to go to the corner, which is just like a quarter-mile from my house. I can actually start chasing storms and get better pictures. And so that was kind of my favorite show at the time. It inspired me to keep going further and further away. So I chase a lot with my kids now. It was first my daughter, that's her under Lila. It was my way of getting out of the house a lot without getting in trouble for it. That would take my daughter with me. I'm like, hey, I'm going to be gone again tonight, but I'll just take her. She can watch DVDs in the car, and you can have a night to yourself. And so that worked. But what's really cool about it is it kind of started off that way, but it became something that we just do. And I don't know when it started. She was 1.5 years. I mean, she didn't even know that. But now she's 5.5, and this is just what we do. I mean, and I met Will Wilkins. He's going to talk a little bit. But about a couple months ago, in one day we drove out to California to chase water spouts and went to LA and then back to San Diego and back in one day. And she's like, this is great. I don't know any kid that'd be in a car for 16 hours. I think it's great. So she's awesome. And last year we had a 2-year-old, and this was actually from a storm chase. We were watching a dust storm go by, and we were just goofing off in the car while we were time lapsing. And so he's kind of part of it now, but we'll see. He's a little troublemaker. He looks really cute there, but he's the worst in a good way. What is storm chasing? Kind of thought this was funny. I found this quote. Storm chasing is a soul-sucking addiction that will leave you in such a euphoric state you can hardly contain yourself, or so depressed you're ready to call it quits. So who said I said that? Trying to figure out a way to explain what storm chasing is, and I feel like, for me at least, that's it. I'm sure everybody else here in storm chases can relate to driving 400 miles in a night. I have a great story about Christian. I drove from Phoenix to Tucson to chase storms, and it died out like the moment I get there. So I go back up to Casa Grande, go west on 8. It's all like late at night. Storms west of Gila Bend moving towards us. So I go up to Gila Bend, and the storms are all in the mountains. There's no lightning. I can't see anything. It's all flashing in the hills. And so I head north and try to cut them off, and then it just starts raining all the way home to Phoenix. And I meet, I think Larry Reeves or something. Yeah, we were in a parking garage trying to get lighting over Phoenix. Nothing. It's just a deluge of rain, and it's like 2:30 in the morning. I'm like, I'm going to bed. This is dumb. Nothing's going to happen now. And so like an hour later, I found this out like a year later, but an hour later, Christian's in Mesa, and I think he showed the shot at night, but he had the supercell shelf cloud over Mesa that night. And even a year later, that ticked me off that I went to bed. It made me mad. It's exactly how it works. It made me mad. But this is a shot I like to show to talk about why storm chasing is so cool. Because you never know what kind of shot you're going to get when you're storm chasing. When you go to the Eiffel Tower or anywhere that's like a monument, you pretty much see the same thing most people do, and you try to put your spin on it. It's great, but when you're out chasing, you just never know what you're going to see. And this is one of my favorite shots where I was driving towards Tucson because I had seen storms moving in from Mexico, and they just had that look that they were going to hold together all the way. I think MCS or something moving across. Can you correct me? I'm not a meteorologist. I don't know anything about the weather. But it was coming up, and I just followed it, and I wasn't getting good shots, and then I started seeing it striking in this valley, and so I parked in this gore lane, and this is like at 1 in the morning, there's nobody out here, at least there wasn't, and this is like a real shot where shutter open, and all of a sudden 3 cars just race by, and then this crazy lightning strike at the same time, and I didn't put this together, and that's, to me, is like the beauty of storm chasing, because no one else can get that shot ever, unless you were out there for like 10 years hoping to get it. So something I really love to do lately is chase the planes, and I wanted to kind of start with this so I could compare it to how awesome Arizona is. But this has become a bigger and bigger passion of mine. I was out there for 7 total days this spring, which is the most I've ever been out there. Usually it's just 3 days a year. But you get amazing shots like this Booker Supercell. That was last year. Oh, so great. Not the shot, the storm. That storm made me cry. I wish my buddy Andy Holman was here. I don't think he made it. But we had landed in Denver that day for that storm and drove all the way to Texas, and we had made mistakes and got hailed on with rental car and stuff up in that. But we had come out of the rain, and we see this, and we had set up time lapse, and I finally got a chance to relax and enjoy it. And that's when I've been trying to get this for 4 years, and when you live in Arizona, you're trying to go to the plains 3 days a year, basically throwing a dart at a calendar and hope you get something. This was like what I've been going for so long, and it was amazing. And this was like the next day. We had a good day that year near Boise, Oklahoma. And this was just recently in Texas. Awesome. Probably this camera doesn't show how great it was. We saw the most insane blue hail cores that, even guys out there that chase out there and live in Texas, never seen them that blue before. There's another shot of Booker from the year before. this was by Denver. As the contrast is hard, but this was a tornado warning storm headed right for their airport, and we were on it super fast because we flew into Denver and just sat out there and drove an hour, and all of a sudden, great, biggest storm of the day just formed right there. That's awesome storm chasing right there. We don't have to do anything but just fly in and let a storm. This was like last year too, over the Panhandle. This photo's been stolen, and apparently it's people who stole it didn't think I saturated it enough, so they oversaturated it and shared it everywhere. It's awesome. Another shot of Booker. These are like, I mean, these are storms I love. I mean, these storms out there are just so crazy and kind of dangerous, and you're nervous about where you should be. That just makes it more exciting. But Arizona, in its own way, can get stuff like that, and that's what I love about it. And Christian, showed some photos of the stuff that he got at Eloy Supercell last year. That made me mad that I missed that too. Christian, I guess, just makes me mad all the time. But because he knows how to get on that stuff, and so last couple of years I've gotten kind of lucky, better at getting on these kind of storms. Let's see if I can. I'll start with lightning before I get to that kind of stuff. But what I missed when we were out in the plains 7 days this year was lightning. It just seems like there's some storms out there that might do it, and for the most part, it was difficult. You'd see a strike and miss. It's never the same place. And in Arizona, at least for me, you kind of know, hey, the rain is coming down there, the lightning's going to be in that general area, and you have a lot of high base storms, and you get these epic lightning strikes. And this was like 30 minutes. This is 30 different photos put together. I don't usually do this, but it was so amazing that I could sit here this long. I actually think it's more like I was there an hour. And this was just like the second half of that hour, and it was all in the same. But actually, I think they have time lapse of it. This is not my best time lapse ever, but this was like about the course of an hour, and all the lightning just stayed in one spot. I think it stopped. Halfway through. Yeah. But it was just. I mean, it's hard to. Even in Arizona, sometimes it's hard to have a storm to sit there and let you just shoot the heck out of it for that long. It's fantastic. This was like in November. Getting lightning in November was super rare. It was like the only shot I got all night. And but this is the kind of stuff that makes Arizona awesome. And I met a guy on top of. I think I might show the shot in a second. This was by Tucson, by the Raycon Mountains. This one, one of my favorites ever because it's like rainbow and sunset and lightning. But I met a guy from Germany on that mountain about an hour before this, and he had flown out here from Germany for 2 weeks just to shoot lightning here. And that was and most people seem to spend their money going out to the plains to get tornadoes, but it was awesome to see this guy out here just to shoot lightning for 2 weeks, because we're kind of known for that. It's another one by Hilo Ben. I'm like dying right now for the monsoon season to get started. Some of the other stuff that I think is interesting is, because the plains, the supercells kind of pull air in, but our storms dump air out, microbursts like Ken was talking about. And 2 years ago, I happened to catch this one, and I strive to get stuff like this. And it's so hard to get in a storm when it downdrafts like that, and you can actually see the dust kicking up. This was kind of time lapse. But this was the time lapse of it. I didn't get it. I had to pull over off the freeway. I didn't want to shoot out on the freeway, although I really wanted to because it was sweet. But being able to, yeah. No? I just should have sped it up. But anyway, it was awesome to see how a dust storm starts. I mean, I got to see just a little dust peak cake up on the edge, and then I just sat here and the dust storm just formed and came right out and hit me. And I don't know. It's not like dangerous. It's not, this dust hits you. It's just going to be zero visibility or low visibility. But these things are exciting to me. I don't know why. I'm just living here in the dust storms and seeing how they form are amazing to me. This was another one. This one I love because there was actually damage. This is over Tucson. Just watch the left side of it. If it was a little faster, you'd see a little bit more. But you see this left foot just go like that. And there was actually, Jeff Beamish in Tucson used this the next day because there was damage there to a few houses, like basically in that same spot because of microbursts, and we get caught that end just blowing out like that. Oh, it was amazing. I wish that I hadn't started raining on this because I wanted to keep the time lapse in there.
Is that all big mountain?
Yeah, absolutely.
Mike, is that off the ground?
Yeah, A Mountain. Yeah. I think this was the same night I got that sunset lightning shot. We just stayed up there for an hour and a half until the storms kept coming. Yeah. It's like amazing. Because usually you see the seams come straight down and sometimes kick up, but to see it just kind of explode out that way, you knew the winds were really intense.
Cool.
I like that. This was not the monsoon season, but last year in winter, shelf cloud approaching Fountain Hills. And so we get this kind of stuff there, as Christian talked about. These kind of structure shots or storms, they appear here and you have to be on them. And that's the thing with Arizona, I think, is you almost have to chase a lot more to get on the storms that you want because they're kind of rare. No, this was over a year ago. This was the one that blanketed the 101 in hail.
I'm still looking for a picture of the tornado.
You don't believe it happened? I'm still looking for my picture of it. Unfortunately, I was sitting on my couch. So, this was near Douglas last year, and this was like one of the, I have two shots, but this was one of the closest like supercells I've seen. Just because of this video might be hard to see, but it's really blue in there, and intense hail was coming down, and this low inflow coming in, and it had a little bit of rotation on it. I don't know if it was mid-level or what, but I was talking with Jeff English back in Tucson, and he was telling me, he's like, there's rotation on that thing. And this was just a random day in like July or August down in southern Arizona, and I'd watching the storm, and it looked kind of normal, and then all of a sudden it just started changing on me, and I love this stuff. This is like a close-up shot of what it was doing. It looked like there was, I don't know what else, it looked like there was inflow, it looked like a shelf cloud was coming out, but it was just something that I don't see too often in Arizona. It was great. And this like started spreading out like a shelf, and then I started going back west, and it just kept falling. This little outflow cloud. This was another one. This is actually the picture I gave Christian. This is like one of my favorite all-time shots of Arizona, and this was last year just north of Tucson. This one was, I think it was in early September, but it was fueled by tropical moisture, which is kind of like what we want so bad as storm chasers. We want that tropical moisture because coupled with our heat and all that stuff, it just creates amazing stuff. The time lapse of this looked like, when I see the picture, it kind of looks like a Central Plains kind of storm, but this was, I think, the shelf cloud that was rolling out. Someone told me it was a shelf cloud that knew what they were talking about, but if you, I remember if I started. There it goes. I stopped in this time lapse in it because the front left side of it had like a nice curve to it. I thought it was kind of a shelf cloud coming there, but if you look in the rain, in a few seconds, this cloud just like emerges from the dust and the rain and started freaking out, of course. So I'm like, I got this whole thing on time lapse from the beginning with nothing, and all of a sudden this cloud comes out, and that's a shelf cloud, right? Yeah. So, but anyway, it was just emerging, and then later this like truck comes by, and there's a lightning strike right by the truck, and a couple of lightning strikes I got on this, I had a lightning trigger on there, and I think they were less than a quarter mile away. I pulled on the hood. I should have been in the car. The end of this time lapse is great, because this will also show you how bad I take care of my gear. In a second here. It's awesome. I think those are my like shorts or something that I took a picture of. It's kind of a testament to how bad I take care of my stuff, because I was trying to shoot this over a barbed wire fence, and I did not want the barbed wire fence in the shot, so I had it pressed so close that the tripod was basically like almost straight up and down. And I was bouncing back and forth between two cameras, and as I went to this one, I look over and I'm like, oh no, and it just started tipping back, and it fell into an irrigation canal with like mud, just like on the edge where it got splattered mud on it. Mud caked in the support side for the thing, and you know what, it kept taking pictures, and I got it clean, and it's totally fine. Canon cameras are awesome. No, I knew it was fine. I had insurance too, so not that I really want to use it. So this was like, these are two epic days in Storm Chaser history here. Although I didn't know enough of what I was doing back in 2010, I wish I did. But this is a wall cloud south of Interstate 8, I think between Gila Bend and Casa Grande. I wish I knew more the next day. This was in 2011. You see the upper left here. I was time-lapsing the dust. I knew this was a severe storm. All of a sudden, this little feature showed. Watch the time-lapse of this. You can kind of see the back end has a little bit of rotation on it, and then you see this appear. And I'm like, what is that? Because I just don't see that. I don't see that. And I don't remember, I think it might have gone tornado warned pretty quick after that. So you can see that, and I think that wasn't, I don't know, I think there was some tropical moisture that helped those. And this was the next day on September 10th, north of Tucson looking to the Catalinas. Just nice shelf cloud rolling. I think I got some great lightning strikes later off this storm. But, and this was, I think that same year, and this one had some rotation on it too on radar, and it was kind of twisting up. This is just south of Phoenix, around South Mountain. I think on an Indian reservation that shouldn't have been on. But I was there. So I thought I'd talk quickly about like a day in the life of what I do. Usually, I mean, we've been doing it already. I'm looking at models like 3 or 4 days out, looking for where the moisture is. We knew yesterday there'd be storms in southern Arizona, but a bunch of us wanted to meet for dinner before tonight, for today. So we said, it's a little too far. But I've been watching that and learning more about the models, and so every night, the morning of, I'm always looking at the models to figure out where the storms are going to be. Mainly though, Ken, the forecast discussions that they do are like the most amazing things, and I try to tell them all the time that I appreciate them because they get such detail. And I'll bounce back and forth between Phoenix and Tucson and Flagstaff to see what's going on everywhere. And just the fact that they put that stuff out there for us, I think it's amazing. It helps me. Excuse me. In radar, I've watched radar since like high school or something. So the radar is what I look at if I'm like, I think I'll chase if the storms get closer or something today because I've just been out so much. And so I watch the radar and kind of see what the trends are that day. Go out and then experience, just kind of knowing what is going to happen. The more you chase here, the more experience you get to kind of figure it out. And some people today have asked me stuff about like, I just don't know where to go, I don't know what to do. But and I think someone else too. But it's more of it, if you just want to do it, you have to go out and just start doing it. And then that's how you learn. It's the best way. Anyone can show you like, oh, this is what we should do. But it's like anything, you really got to do it to like learn it. And that's the best way. So I also, and another thing I do is I do a workshop every year. This is the second year though. So when I say every year, it's kind of funny, but this year, this is like the first time. The last year was 3 days. This is 5 days. It's kind of, in my brain, it's kind of hardcore because the 3 days was a lot of work. And so 5 days being out and chasing storms in a 15-passenger van, eating nothing but fast food and not sleeping a whole lot and just driving everywhere it's a lot. But it's a heck of a lot of fun. Davo here went last year on our inaugural workshop. And we went in 3 pretty crappy days in the monsoon season, and we still got storms every day. I mean, this was a storm that, I think the one I had over earlier, like what is storm chasing the mountain and the lightning bolt, that was one of the days. We saw great stuff. We didn't get great nighttime lightning, but we still had a blast getting to know each other and hanging out. So there's a few spots left if anyone's interested in that. And I was going to say the same thing Ken did. This was a shot I took on the plains just recently, and I like to use it to kind of emphasize that this lightning strike hit about a quarter mile away from where I was, but I was in my car, the door closed, had a lightning trigger on the camera, and I'm not standing out there trying to get myself killed. And lightning, if you're not scared of it, you should be. I think like the best storm chaser is probably scared of lightning. I know Christian and I are terrified of it, and you don't want to, you just don't want to get struck by lightning. I don't know who Randy might remember the storm chaser that just got hit by lightning like a month ago, or at least so the video shows. But I mean, he wasn't even raining on him or anything. And you see that, you hear this bang, and you see the camera fall and hole in the ground, and he went like out his arm or something. I don't know, but he lived. So, but that happens, and mostly you need to not be standing underneath those storms. So, so I don't know if anyone has any questions. That was kind of what I was going to talk about. Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, it's cool if you don't answer this because it's sort of big.
Right.
When you shoot lightning and there's still daylight outside, what are the settings on your camera?
It depends. I used to not have a lightning trigger, so now that I have a lightning trigger, it's really, the lightning triggers will sit on top of your camera and sense a flash and take a picture. So there's a lot out there. I have one called the Lightning Trigger 4, and it's like the most expensive one because one of our other attendees at workshop lightning pictures, and my Nero trigger is sitting there doing nothing. Like, what? And so, and it only cost, I think, $100 or $150 the Nero trigger, I think, can't remember. So the lightning trigger 4 is like over $300, but she's sitting there getting lightning in the middle of the day, bright sky, and so, and that's what, this one is what I took it out. I think I got it like a week before this one went out, and I got some great strikes with it, so. Right. Yeah, well, and if it's, but if it's like this, I mean, there's a lot of light behind it, but you could probably get away with maybe, F18, and, or you can go all the way up if you want. Sometimes it's less sharp, but you can go all the way up and try to do like a half-second exposure. Some people put ND filters on them. I tried that once, and I felt like it was still like a little too dark, and the lightning felt like it was fading more inside of it, but I really like it when the sun is like going down and starts getting dark, because then you can start doing longer exposures. During the day, it's really hard without a lightning trigger, I think.
What's your primary?
I use Canon 5D Mark III, 2 of them. I shoot weddings also, so the reason I have a couple of them was mainly because of weddings, shooting weddings. I shoot like 30 weddings a year, and having 2 at once and having to switch lenses is great. So that helped me pay for a lot of my gear shooting with weddings. So yeah, it's a great camera. It's got 2 card slots in it, so if you're out, I mean, I got some big cards, but if you're out time lapsing, you can have it, fill up one card and switch to the other, so you can have 2 giant cards in there and take tons of photos. So not that I've ever done that, but
How close are you to
the shot, I think it was like less than a quarter mile away. That's what I was saying. Like, I was in my car, the lightning was straight. The thing about Arizona, you kind of get an idea where the lightning's going to be, where the rain shaft usually is kind of where lightning comes out of. It seems like it'll go around all over, but a lot of times I aim there, and that's where I get my strikes. Out here, the rain was falling over here, and where I was, lightning was just anywhere. It was random, and I thought, well, it was railroad track, and sign is cool, so I'm gonna aim this way, maybe I'll get lucky, and I got lucky. But it could have been behind me, it could have been off this way. And I guess I was kind of right underneath it too, so that was part of the problem.
Do you have the lightning trigger here?
No. Just if you search, I think it's the lightningtrigger.com or somewhere. If you just look at lightning trigger 4, it's Roman numeral 4, not just 4. That's kind of what it does it.
So which one do you think is better or better?
Well, I like it because it works for me, so I think it's the best. But there's another one, I think, this guy at Sedona Photo Fest, he does a lot of nighttime photography and lightning, and I think he called it an AOE or some other kind of trigger. I don't know if anyone else has heard of that, but there's another one that's probably less cheaper or less expensive than lightning trigger.
What are the 2 that you mentioned?
The Nero.
Nero?
Yeah. You can try that one. Sorry, they have a new version. I think mine's stunk, so the new version is I think might be a little better, so it might be a cheaper route to go just to start.
Nero, what's the one you said?
Nero and Lightning Trigger 4. Nero Trigger. You got that one?
Yeah.
Oh, I think it was AO or something. I can't. I don't know that one. So, yeah. Christian says I'm done, so thanks, guys.
And that's what it's called, the Great Oblinsky. All right. Next speaker is going to be the Snydermeister. I did mention that Will was going to speak, but we are getting behind time, so we're going to get you set up real quick, and
Should be good to go. Yeah.
cool, man.
That's his laptop.
Oh, okay. All right, dude. Well, take it away. Brian Snyder, everybody.
First off, my name is Brian Snyder. If you don't already know that already, and I want to thank Christian, Monsoon Madness give me the opportunity to speak up here. I guess I just click on a laptop, right?
Yeah, you want me to do the Twitter?
I think I got it. Okay. Anyways, before we get started, I just want to tell a little bit about myself. First off, somehow I made it through college without taking public speaking, so if you fall asleep, I apologize. But anyways, as you can see in the photo, I went to school to be a pilot. I have a Bachelor's of Science in Aviation Science. Another pilot back in the back right there. I also have a commercial pilot certificate with an instrument rating. Instrument rating means I can fly into weather. So being able to fly around weather and see weather is awesome. I've also lived in 4 different states, and those states have given me an interesting perspective of weather. First in New Mexico, I saw a similar monsoon season like you would here, maybe more like what you see up in the high desert of Arizona. But also, New Mexico has seasons, and what am I trying to say? You get winter, fall, and different things like that, unlike you do here. I then moved to Missouri, which is on the edge of Tornado Alley, saw my fair share of tornadoes, destruction, just basically what you would see in Tornado Alley. But one of my favorite things I got to do is fly my airplane over the tornado pass and actually get to observe the destruction. I remember one time seeing a field with just swirls and stuff in it, and I got to capture a photo, and unfortunately I don't know whatever happened to it, but that was pretty cool to see. I then moved to Florida, went through 3 hurricanes, Charlie being the worst. The eye of that hurricane went right over my apartment, and that was very interesting, but more so than the hurricanes, I really enjoyed seeing the afternoon thunderstorms that we would get in Florida, and the reason for that is Florida is a peninsula shape, and just the shape of Florida helps get the ingredients you need for afternoon thunderstorms, and it's literally like clockwork. You can set your clock for 2 o'clock and there'll be a thunderstorm. Finally, I moved to Arizona in 2007. I thought I was leaving the weather behind, but thankfully, I immediately, as I'm driving in, see my first lightning storm and my first dust storm all in the same night. So I knew I did not leave the weather behind. So why do I chase Arizona? Well, just looking at this photo right here, this is actually one of my favorite photos that I've actually captured. There's a lot of reasons behind it, but seeing weather over a desert landscape is a huge passion of mine, and there's just something about it that you don't see in any other state, whether it's Florida, Missouri, you name it. Seeing weather over the desert is just awesome. As I mentioned, I love the landscapes. If you were up in Monument Valley, Sedona, the Grand Canyon, you name it, adding the weather to those landscapes just add an awesome element to storm chasing, something that I personally haven't really experienced in any other states. Other states do have nice terrain and different things like that, but in Arizona, this state is so dynamic. We have all different types of landscapes, all different types of plant life, animal life, you name it. So that makes it very awesome to see weather. But of course, the storms. The storms are awesome here in Arizona. Yeah, we don't typically get the supercells. We don't get tornadoes very often, but Arizona has weather, and there's a lot of weather that we are becoming famous for, in a sense. That includes lightning. As Mike mentioned, I have ran into some European chasers before that have taken time away from their work, specifically flown out here just to chase the monsoon season storms. There's another picture of lightning. You don't get lightning, well, you can, but it's just more common out here to just get really nice detailed bolts. This isn't a composite image. This is a 10-second exposure from a very electric storm down by my house in Maricopa. So, again, lightning is awesome down here. But also you get the dust storms. This is the dust storm that happened on March 25th of this year. The dust storm that was pretty uncommon, but definitely possible. And I just love seeing dust come across these green fields and just, I don't know, there's just something about seeing a dust storm that I think is pretty cool. But there's a lot more incredible weather. In fact, last year I made a time-lapse film called The Incredible Weather of Arizona. And I think this film, and I want to show it to you guys, it's only a couple minutes long, really highlights all the different types of weather you can see in Arizona, but also shows you the landscapes and things that I personally have fallen in love with when I chase here in Arizona. So I'll play it and try to see if I can get the sound to come through. Hang on. Sorry guys. I didn't realize there was audio on this.
You know any good jokes?
What's that? Oh yeah. There's always technical difficulties when it comes to storm chasing. Actually, I'm trying to remember one of the last chases I chased in Arizona. I literally sat in my house. Just my camera was breaking, the shutter wouldn't work on it, and all these different things. So technical difficulties are always fun. But anyways, let's try this again. Some pretty incredible weather you can see in Arizona. In fact, those last shots were taken at the Grand Canyon. And I just kind of want to talk about why I love Arizona weather and what makes it incredible at this point. One of the reasons I think it's incredible is just the unpredictability. Several of you guys have talked about how unpredictable Arizona storms are. I know you, Ken, talked about how people will ask you, you know, what's the monsoon going to be like? And just like you, it's my answer, it's unpredictable. And anyways, last year, around July, I guess it was July 5th, I saw that there is some opportunities to chase up in canyons, so I decided to go. Me and my buddy Larry Reeves, who's in the back right there, we made a gut decision to go up there. And when we got there, we spent 6 hours just observing storms. And what was amazing about this, even the lightning photo is probably one of my favorite shots I've ever captured. There's something you can't see in this photo. And what was happening is, if you look here on the left, you have storms coming into the canyon. They'd get to about this point in the canyon. They'd stop. the canyon almost was like turning them or steering them. They would then come east towards us. Right before they get to us, they would turn back north, following the path of the Grand Canyon. I've never seen anything like that before. Now, I am no meteorologist. I don't know if the canyon can steer them, but that's what was happening that day. That's what I observed. The very next day, I went up with my buddy Chris Fraley, and the same exact setup for the most part was up at the Grand Canyon. However, we saw really no lightning. We saw thunderstorms, but not a lot of lightning. But again, as a chaser in Arizona, I find myself with a lot less expectations than I might have out of the plains. But even then, it was a success in my opinion, because this is the time of year where you can capture clouds, you can capture sun rays reflecting off the canyon walls. So as a chaser, you may not always get lightning, you may not always get a dust storm, but you can get some amazing stuff, such as storms like this and an incredible landscape. So again, that's what fuels my passion, and I think a lot of other chasers as well. One more photo. The following week, we went back up to the Grand Canyon, and I went up with my buddy Scott Wood, who's a veteran chaser down, or has been chasing down in Arizona for quite some time now, lives up in Washington. This day, the canyon got a lot of rainfall, and almost like mist began to rise out of the canyon. And so, again, it's unpredictable. You never know what you're going to see. And I think it's pretty amazing, all the different things you can see as a storm chaser. Now, showing all these beautiful photos, I think kind of give the illusion that being a storm chaser is always successful. We always get storms, and there's no frustration involved. And Mike gave a great quote, which I think really sums up the frustrations we have as a storm chasing community, whether you're chasing in Arizona, on the plains, but more so here it seems like. And to kind of give you an idea of what it's like to be a chaser, last year I made a little mini documentary. It's about 4 minutes long that just shows what it's like to chase a storm. And I decided I'd go ahead and share that with you just to give you a visual idea. I hope to do more documentaries like this just to show people. But anyways, this will give you the idea of the life of a storm chaser here in Arizona. It was day one of the 2013 monsoon season, and already I found myself on the road. I was headed to Tucson, joined with two of my friends Larry Reeves and Chris Fraley. Almost straight down the highway, just a little off to the left, you can see what I believe is the first view of the ones we're seeing on radar. That's probably a 30,000 foot top, if not higher. And so it's looking like a really good first day of storm chasing. Who would have figured that actually on the very first day of monsoon season that there would actually be some thunderstorms. Well, that didn't take long to get here. As we made our way down Interstate 10, just southeast of Tucson, we quickly found ourselves in the place storm chasers hate the most: rain. Just west of Benson, Arizona, we finally made it to a place we hoped would be our money spot. Just minutes earlier, rain was pouring down with frequent lightning and thunder. So Larry right here, he's been navigating, and I'm going to guess Instagramming. I'm an Instagrammer. As the rain moved east, the sky gave way to a partial but beautiful rainbow. It was at this point that I felt it was our last hope for the day. Storms were not building behind us, and the storms that were left were beginning to dissipate and become more rainmakers than anything. So I got any lightning. While I didn't get any lightning, I was able to capture a decent time lapse of the storm clouds as they made their way east over Benson towards New Mexico. While it may have felt like we struck out when it came to storm photography, we did have a plan B. Plan B would take us to Saguaro National Park, located just east of Tucson. With panoramic views and, of course, saguaro cacti, this national park was our last hope for bringing any kind of A-list shot for our portfolios.
had struck out again. Most of the clouds have made their way east over the mountains, leaving us with nothing really exciting to photograph.
It wasn't necessarily a bust day for storm chasing. We definitely saw storms. Definitely got a lot of rain, but nothing too extreme. But then again, it's June 15th, and it's the first day of the monsoon season, so there's not a whole lot to expect. There's not a whole lot of moisture in the air, so hopefully this isn't a sign of a bad monsoon, but just the beginning of an awesome summer.
As the sun set on the first day of the monsoon season, I couldn't help but feel disappointed. However, it was only the beginning. It's just a matter of waiting, something every storm chaser knows all too well.
If you saw in my previous film, obviously it ended up being a very successful year, in my opinion, on the monsoon season. But going back to the frustrations, being a chaser, forecasting, I'm not a meteorologist, but I know a lot of meteorologists get a lot of flack for getting it wrong, or whatever people want to call it. And that can be frustrating, not so much of them getting it wrong, but just how hard it is to forecast for them. And I know they're providing us tools, they're providing us resources to help us chase, and I know how frustrating that can be. The life of the storm. Storms out here do not last very long, typically. I mean, they can, but for the most part, if you see it on radar and you're 40 miles away, most likely you're not going to be able to get to it in time before it dies. There's exceptions to that, but for the most part, it's hard to chase the radar out here. The roads, especially up north. If you see a storm that may be 20 miles away on the other side of the mountains, you may have to go 40 miles north, to then go 40 miles east, to then go 40 miles south and hope that your storm's there, which most likely it's not. And finally, the life on the road. The last 2 years I've chased over 18,000 miles in Arizona, and that can be exhausting. I know a lot of us chasers, you get biologists, burnout, tired, whatever you want to call it, and we all love the road food.
Love it.
But the biggest thing I love about chasing in Arizona is the people. And here's Chris Fraley making his appearance here at ChaserCon because he thought he was too cool to be here. And I guess he had to be at a wedding show or something. So anyways, that's Chris making his appearance. That's a photo I grabbed of him at the canyon when we were up there on July 6th, I think it was last year. But again, the people, to me, are what make Arizona chasing just one of the coolest, neatest places to chase. In fact, a lot of my lasting friendships I've made are storm chasers. I meet people out chasing. I've met a lot of meteorologists that I've kept in contact with, and we've really become a close-knit group. And it's awesome just to see a lot of you, and I think a lot of us are going to even get closer over the years. I also like, as I said, the community. Over the years, Arizona's become more well-known for storms. I think Arizona is one of the most misunderstood states in the Union. People don't understand our weather, they don't understand our landscapes, but as a community, I think we're going to be able to bring awareness to Arizona. In fact, a few chasers here, Kelly in the back, Christian, Brian up here in front, and Mike in the back, us five, have come together and formed a website or a community called Arizona Storm Chasers. And really, we're wanting to share the passion of Arizona weather, connect with other people that aren't necessarily chasers, whether you're a meteorologist, a weather enthusiast, whatever you want to call it. We want to come together and share our passion for weather. Our mission statement is to build a community of quality storm chasers, meteorologists, and weather enthusiasts who share a passion for Arizona weather. You'll notice that 3 words are bolded. And the reason for that is this is what we believe to be our main goals. We want to build a community by connecting or bridging the gap between chasers, meteorologists, and weather enthusiasts. One, I don't remember if it was Matt or Royal, saying it's nice to finally put faces with people I see on Twitter. And that's part of the goal. We also want to promote community over competition. If you've ever chased in the plains, you may know how nasty it can get out there. There's nothing wrong with friendly competition, especially when you have community
before competition. And the reason for that is, at the end of the day, we can all celebrate each other's success, we can envy each other over each other's shots, and have a beer at the end of the day, which is awesome. Quality. We want to promote quality and safe chasing. We want to have accountability, mentorship. Mentorship has been huge to me. A lot of people, Scott Wood is one that's taken me under his wing. In flying, I had a lot of mentors help me get through school and all that stuff. So that's very important, but also accountability. You know, if chasers aren't reporting good ground truth or reporting a scud cloud or something like that, we want the National Weather Service to reach out to us or whoever it may be and hold us accountable, which I think would really help make us more reputable. And finally, we want to share passion. As I said earlier, connect and share our passion for Arizona weather through events like this. Finally, long-term goals. These may be a bit ambitious, but I believe, and I know many of us do as well, that's in the group, we want to increase the awareness of Arizona weather on a state, local, and international, or excuse me, state, national, and global scale. Global may be reaching it, but again, I think a lot of people misunderstood or understand Arizona weather. I think there's a lot of locals here that misunderstood Arizona weather until they're affected by it. So we want to bring awareness, as well as become kind of a hub, a go-to website for many things related to Arizona weather. I know that sometimes it can be hard to find things, maybe a spotter class or whatever it may be, so we want to link everything. And if you can just remember one website, then that's all you need. You just need to remember azchasers.com. We've handed out pamphlets there. We are growing. This website's only a couple months old. We are on social media. I'll try to go through this really quickly. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. If you get the pattern, everything is /azchasers, @azchasers. We even have a list we started of spotters, weather enthusiasts, weather photographers, storm chasers. So if you're looking to connect with somebody, you can maybe find it there. And then don't forget to tweet, tag your tweets and Instagram posts with the hashtag #AZChasers. So again, if you didn't get a flyer, we have a bunch at the end. And then I'll leave this up real quick. If anybody has any questions for me, all you got to remember if you want to connect with me is my website, BrianSnyder.com, and you can find anything. So is there any questions? Cool. Well, thank you guys for being a great audience. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I used to own a Piper Arrow. And then, by the way, just to get this hashtag for #AZChasers going, if you guys have Twitter or a phone or anything like that, just a couple of questions. The first person to tweet, and I will look it up with the hashtag, and say something about my presentation. I have a print I'll give you tonight or today, giving away. And then finally, whoever can tweet me the 4 states that I lived in first, I'll give another print away. So, thank you.
Thank you again, Brian Snyder, great photographer and storm chaser. Good stuff. All right, and next is the bonus speaker. This is the man that tackles Southern California. This dude's a beast. He's going to share some of his work, and I can't wait to listen and see it and check it out. So after Will, it's going to be Trey Greenwood, and his topic is pretty interesting. I love it. It's out there, but hey, I can't wait for it. So, we'll get him set up, talk amongst yourself, get some noise going. 5-minute break? Yep.
that would work.
Okay. And we couldn't find the right neck.
Up front. Here,
Yeah.
bring it out. Bring it back up.
I see every once in a while.
I haven't even looked at it. I'll look at it. And you did it? Hang on, let me look real quick.
Wow. This stuff is cool. I feel like starting. You should just like give me a high five just so I have to
Say, do school too. That's fine.
9,000.
Oh,
I was so pissed off.
I will never forget
I didn't
myself.
stop.
They had 6 tornadoes.
You know what? He's right up with
Have you, huh?
I think that
There was like 11 points.
yeah, you like it.
October 6th.
And there was another one. Yeah.
Wow. See, I live in yeah, October 5th, 2010, I was in policy, and I got off work and I looked at it, like, conditions feel good. So, of course, I have to go through. I think I was only about this big at that point. Oh, yeah, no, I'm watching the big one. I'm watching the big one. Even in my hand, it looks like a super sun. I look at my gas bill. I look at the store.
Did I win too?
Look, Will. Are you nice? What's Will before you ask you nice to
Not me, Mike.
Oh, okay. Don't stress out. We know you're good.
Well, we're going to get you out of your We're here to get you out of your groove.
Sorry to get that.
Alright. No problem.
He's trying to get me to get up there and show my
I tweeted, but I had the wrong Nobody wants to see that. It's not your so good? So this is what I put. I used my voice to text, which you really should do on the Jason Pond. I was like, come on!
I got a picture of me, Timmer, choking me.
Yeah, there you go.
What's your
Do it. Go out to your Palm Springs and stuff in here. This is apple here. It's got stick and I don't know what's going on here. This is a weird place.
It's a lot of the stuff looks like it's all
Things like mussel milk over there.
Yeah.
Got some chicken and a thong.
This is a think tank place. Yeah, this is all like
I don't belong. This is a big time. I don't think after 10 days, I just did a 10-day chase. So I was like, wow. thing with Phelps is, okay, he tells me, Randy, we got this. We have a free house in Pratt, Kansas. Great. Free lodging. All you have to do is pay half the gas. No. I'm thinking, okay, it's going to be like 4 nights. 9 nighs. Roswell, everywhere. Too far from Pratt.
Right. So you never got to stay at that?
Well, no, we got 4 nights and then 5 nights of hotel. What was the budget? I'm broke. I'm selling my laptop. That's it. $200 is right over there.
Sandra is not getting it. What's that? 19. I showed him my try. I want a picture. I know, man.
Oh, yeah?
Don't move, I'm gonna shoot your shirt.
That's awesome, guys. That's awesome. Yes. I'm not alone.
I'm the one that saved the missile that shoots cold.
Why would you want, well, I guess unless it's not a certain city. If it's out in the country, leave it be. That's great. If it's another job, you know, if it's another job, you know, it's...
No, let me picture your back.
Oh, you want me to move? All right.
Okay, I got it. Oh, yeah? Santa's going to be like, that's a give it to him for the birthday?
Yeah, I got to head to Southern Valley. It was nice meeting you. So you and Deanna don't even yeah, the race. Yeah, that's right. So she's looking to at some point. And we keep up. She's, you know, I'll be sending her answer. Whatever I can do. But no, she's a good keeper. She's fine.
All right, folks. Here in about 2 minutes. Sitting here, Will Wilkins.
You too. Thank you.
somebody had...
I know he puts a beat before here. Keep a hard name. Exactly. I've been here the whole time. We've been sitting for that.
Ladies and gentlemen,
This is nice.
Will Wilkins.
Will Wilkins.
Thanks, Christian, for having me come up here. I didn't expect this. It was nothing prepared, so quickly I slapped together a presentation, and hopefully, hopefully I won't embarrass myself too much. But my name is Will Wilkins. I'm a native Southern California guy, and I've been interested in the weather since childhood. Like Christian said earlier, I don't know if there was a point in time that actually defined the moment I said, holy crap, I like storms. I don't know when that was, but I do remember probably the most pinnacle pivoting moment of my life that just made me completely fascinated with storms was, I was a sophomore in high school, and there was a monsoon thunderstorm that came off the mountains. At the time, I lived in a town called Azusa, California, and it was right next to San Gabriel Mountains. Azusa was famous in the news a few months ago. It was a big wildfire went through there, Glendora and Azusa, and burned a lot of homes and stuff. And those neighborhoods that burned, I actually knew people that lived in those homes, and they don't live there anymore. But it was pretty disheartening to see that. But anyway, that storm that came off the San Gabriel Mountains at one time had a lot of lightning, had all the characteristics of a typical monsoon storm. Hail, lightning, high winds, and it was probably the defining moment. So I was 16 years old. As soon as I got my license, just like Christian's mom said, hey, why don't we go drive to the storms? So as soon as I got my license, I started thinking to myself, well, maybe that's what I'll do. But I confined my area pretty close to, close to home. I didn't go too far out. And as years went on, I started noticing, and this was back in the 1980s. Okay, I'm not going to tell you my age, but I know it. I go back to the mid 80s in my storm chasing, and so 1984 was the first year that I really took a complete interest in getting out and actually chasing beyond my little comfort zone of about 10 miles. And I started chasing around the Mojave Desert. Now, how does the monsoon, relate to, in Southern California, how it relates to Arizona? Well, like a gentleman earlier, and I apologize for not remembering his name, but he described how Southeast California gets the monsoon influence, just like perimeters of Utah and New Mexico. So having said that, Southeast California gets a lot of monsoon activity, probably about 70% as much as Arizona does. And I've kept detailed records going back, what we know as blogs today on the internet, and I was doing everything, in pen and paper. So, so having said that, just a little quick bio about myself. I probably explained myself a lot already, but native Southern California. I currently live in Lake Elsinore, California, which is in western Riverside County. When I went to college, I originally had a geology major, and I loved camping and fishing and weather, and geology was being out in the outdoors and looking at rocks and stuff, and it just kind of went together. So, but then I realized at one point that, wow, geology wasn't going to make me a lot of money, so I switched my interest to IT and computer engineering, and so, but my love for weather and geology never faded, but I was able to career-wise take on a different avenue instead of taking on something science-minded. Like I said, I first began storm chasing in 1984 during monsoon season, but I was doing it sporadically. 2003, I took it to an obsession level. That's when money, career, everything kind of fell in place that I could go out and do it more often. So 2003, I was chasing just about every single weather event, and weather, I mean, not just the monsoon, but winter events, during the winter time, because we get influenced by El Nino. We get all the flooding that you hear about in the news all the time in California, breaking off into the ocean and all that stuff. I started live streaming my chases in 2008. I got hooked up with a group called Severe Studios, and at the time they were kind of like the emerging storm chasing streaming company. There's several other companies kind of evolved since then. There's Splitaway, Breakaway, and all this other stuff. And some of you already know. There's Chaser TV, there's TBN Weather, and then there's a few other little independents out there. But and I've been streaming all my chases, virtually every single chase since then. So in 2009, I took my first plains storm chase trip. And why it took that long, a lot of it had to do with money and availability, time, and technology. Because it wasn't until about 2008, 2009 when mobile technology, streaming, internet access became widely available and affordable. So it enabled me to go even beyond the monsoon territory and go out and do what everybody else was doing as well in the plains. My second day getting out there, this is what I got. Elephant trunk tornado in Haskell County, Kansas. Second day, I had never been on the plains, but I think maybe it's because I had a lot of experience. I was doing a lot of research, understanding stuff. I made a lot of friends that taught me a lot. I had a lot of resources available that helped me be able to target storms and get to the right place at the right time, and with the background. So this was my how do you want to say, my trophy, second day out. And the funny thing about it was, this was at the time when the show Storm Chasers was being filmed. And they were on this storm, and the TIV is right there in the lower hand corner, and those two headlights coming up on it. That's Sean Casey and his TIV coming toward me while I'm on this storm. As they pass me, they take this shot. That's me standing, taking a picture of that tornado, that same picture as they passed me. And they freaking used that shot in their trailer for that episode, which was episode 7 in 2009. So when I was sitting there on the TV and I saw the trailer, I said, oh yeah, because I knew that they were going to do the storm on that episode 7. And as soon as I saw the trailer and I saw this, I just fell out of my chair. I was just laughing. It was just funny. So my cameo appearance, oh, you can't see my face, but I knew that's me because I had a trailblazer at the time. So I knew that was me, but that's me. So anyway, I'm going to speed it up here because I don't want to take too much time. But in Southeast California, what ends up happening is that the monsoon flow tends to wobble back and forth. Sometimes it'll go into New Mexico and Arizona, and Southern California will get dry. Then it starts shifting back toward the west, and Arizona gets everything, and then you get the position of that high that brings in that flow, and it's more directed into Southeast California. And the typical period is early July to mid-September. That's the range. There are 4 zones, and I figured this out. There are 4 zones that will have storms. It's the Mojave Desert, which we call the high desert in Southern California. The Colorado Desert, which is the low desert, named after, I think, the Colorado River Valley there. Then the mountain ranges, the transverse and southern mountain ranges that go up from east of San Diego up into LA County. And then there's an area called the Inland Empire. The Inland Empire is basically the cities of San Bernardino and Riverside. And it's a little valley area between the mountain ranges. It's like this little isolated area that has this prolific characteristic of creating severe weather during the most intense monsoon surges. And because of that, because of the terrain, because of the mountains, these convergence zones get formed. And these convergence zones are very similar to what you hear in Denver. You got the Palmer Divide, the Cheyenne Divide going up into Wyoming and stuff like that. Well, these convergence zones are probably the component that is why we get storms there. If it wasn't for those convergence zones, I think the storms would be more pop up and they'd sit and they just kind of not do too much. But because of these convergence zones, they get we get a little bit more exciting weather, and I'll show you some examples and some pictures. But our typical weather modes, like everywhere else here in Arizona too, lightning, hail, flash floods, wind, and we get quite often funnel clouds and landspout tornadoes. I don't know if you guys have been following the news, but Oklahoma only had like 4 or 5 tornadoes this year. California had 11. But these were cold core setups during the wintertime. These weren't monsoon type tornadoes. But it just goes to show you just how California, how much more active California can be than people realize. This is the Inland Empire region of Southeast California. It's basically the area that's the San Ana Mountain Range, which is right here. There's a peak that's almost 6,000 feet. It's called Santiago Peak. And then you got the mountain ranges out there by the San Jacinto Range, the San Gorgonio Range, which really actually is the San Bernardino Range. I don't know why they label it like that. And then the San Diegos. And this red shaded area is the area known as the Inland Empire. Those red arrows depict the flow. There's 2 distinct flows, and it all depends on the position of that high that sits over the 4 corners. If it's a little bit south, we'll get more of a southeast flow. If it's a little bit further north, we get an east flow. That position is critical because if the flow is more easterly, then you've got to have a little bit more low-level moisture to get storms going. The southeast flow, a little more favorable, but then storms can get destroyed because of the onshore push from the ocean, which is another phenomenon which helps create the convergence zone that I'm about to show you. Right here, these are the convergence zones in Southeast California. Now there's several of them because of the mountains, but the main one, and it's this guy right here. I don't have a laser pointer, but the Elsinore Convergence Zone, which literally splits the Inland Empire in half. And what ends up happening is that you got the flow, the ocean flow that comes in down near San Diego comes in from the south, and then you got the flow that comes in from Orange County that comes through the north. And when those two clash together in the Lake Elsinore region, where the air has been cooking at 100, 105 degrees during the summer, that cooler air hits it, heats back up, and it gets launched straight up, 10,000, 20,000 feet in the air. And yeah. So I got a better graphic here that'll show. Let's see. Yeah, right here. Now these arrows right here depict where the ocean flow is coming. Right down here is there's a town called Oceanside right here, and there's the San Luis Rey River Valley comes through here, and the air gets pulled in because it gets so hot right here. It's like a vacuum effect. You get it could be 100, 105, 110 degrees over here, and it's only like 75 degrees on right over here. Well, this air is like a sucking effect. Pulls the air this way, and same over here. And this is coming from LA County, Orange County. Goes through a canyon called the Santa Ana River Canyon here through the town of Corona, and then gets pulled in over here. And this is where it clashes. Lake Elsinore and Paris get more severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings than just about anywhere in Southern California because of that convergence zone. And because of that, this is my area that I chase the most. I live actually right here. There's a little community right in here, so I'm like within 15 minutes. I don't even have to do anything. It's like what Christian said earlier. Sometimes you can just sit there and wait, and then you just, okay, now you go. And that's what I usually do. I don't usually have to plan hours in advance and try to sit, I can just wait, and I see the towers going up, and I look at the satellite, and I look at models and stuff, and then I say, okay, now I go. And then within 10 minutes, I'm on the storm, and wonderful things happen. So this is what happens when you get the Elsinore Convergence Zone to, this is what happens when you get the Elsinore Convergence Zone to go. You get storms that start to spin. Because of the air, you get the right shear and everything. This was on Riverside. This was over the city of Riverside on August 29th last summer. This storm was trying to produce a tornado. This was a legitimate barber pole updraft with a wall cloud underneath it, and my jaw just hit the floor when I saw this happen. On the right-hand side there, you could call that the RFD. This was the clear slot over here, and basically what happened was the storm wasn't really moving. It was sitting in place, and it was dumping and dumping. It dumped like 6.5 inches of rain in one hour. One of the gauges at UC Riverside recorded 6.5 inches of rain in about, actually, I think it was 30 minutes. Did a lot of damage. Power was out, flooded downtown Riverside, did all kinds of crazy stuff. This happened the next day over the town of Paris, nearby. Same setup, parameters were exactly the same, just a little bit to the south. Beautiful storm. I'm still trying to figure out what this was. It looked like a wall cloud to me. It actually had rotation, but it was so close to that down, that rain core and that hail core coming down. It was I couldn't tell if that was really maybe like a shelf, but it was rotating. Here's a close-up shot of that. So that was amazing to see. This also was a few minutes later after that. This actually ended up being a legitimate wall cloud that was rotating. I got video of it. And it was just spinning. It was spinning. Little finger funnels were coming off of it. And what ended up happening was it was pulling in another storm that's out of view to the right. And when those things came together, it turned into a big HP monster. It flooded the Paris area, and cars were trapped, and it was a big mess. On August 17, 2012, along the Elsinore Convergence Zone, this happened. This was a wall cloud with a area of rotation in it that I got. Was definitely rotating. They actually considered warning this. I think I was on the phone with NWS in San Diego. They had considered warning it, but since I couldn't confirm any funnel clouds, they didn't do anything. Now, the Mojave Desert, real quick, is another area. This happened on July 22nd. This was a legitimate supercell. There's a convergence zone that, if I go back to the other map, it's called the El Mirage Convergence Zone. It acts like almost like a dry line effect. And on this day, there was just enough shear, just enough mid-level shear, and just enough like an LLJ that was coming out of the south that it started to spin and had a nice little supercell characteristic right here. Wall cloud, I don't know if you can see it, was a wall cloud off to the right there. There was some scud pulling in over here. This thing was amazing to see, and I got great video of it. This is a close-up of that wall cloud. I'm on State Route 58 going westbound out of Barstow into the storm, and my jaw was just hit the floor seeing this. So I've got some friends that are storm chasers that were in the area as well, and they're very experienced planes chasers, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. This was a legitimate supercell, and even I think National Weather Service was freaking out. Now, this was actually about an hour before that event on another storm on the same day, but another wall cloud. That day was just there was like almost every single cell that day in that area. This was about maybe 20 miles further to the east. This was rotating, had a wall cloud. I could see it just over the horizon, and I just couldn't believe what I was looking at, so I got some pictures to document that. This happened a month later. This is near Lancaster, California, on the western side of the Mojave Desert. This storm also rotated. It had minimal supercell characteristics. You can kind of see a very messy inflow coming in this way, but it was so hyper-SIP that we couldn't see any details of the, off into the core, whether there were any wall clouds. But National Weather Service kept their eye on the storm. They had it severe warned. I think radar was estimating almost 3 inches diameter hail, and it was nasty. But I could never catch up to it. It was actually moving way faster than I could go. Now back in 2012, on the eastern Mojave Desert, near a town called Ludlow, which is along Interstate 40, I came across this. It was one of the most amazing downbursts that I had ever seen, because the setting sun, this hardly was enhanced at all. I think I did a little bit of contrast boosting on it just to get some detail, but this was amazing. And National Weather Service in Oxnard has this picture on a lot of their training materials. End of 2012, I was on a storm. This was a storm that lasted like for 8 hours. It ended up being a cyclic supercell that started off in the northern part of there's a military area north of Barstow. The name escapes me now, but the storm started there and it traversed south toward 29 Palms, and like 8 hours. Cyclic life cycle. It was just totally amazing. Now I'm getting to some of my it's a tough act to follow with Brian and Mike, but with their lightning shots. But this was a lightning shot I got back in 2009 near Needles. It was near the Arizona border. Here's another shot that I got back in this was in 2012. Yes. Okay, all right. Real quick, I'll just go through these real quick. I believe they call that a positive lightning strike because of the way it's coming out of the storm like that. This one was taken in my backyard in 2005 during a late monsoon season MCS that came through. Some Mammatus, this was taken over Paris, looking east toward Palm Springs. I couldn't believe it when I saw this. I'm going, am I in Kansas? This was amazing. I took this shot last summer over a town called Hellendale, which is just north of Victorville, and beautiful setting sun on this storm. So hail, we can get hail like this. This is just a screen capture of my video back in 2011 near a place called Lake Los Angeles. Flash flooding, this was last summer. The Morongo Valley, big flash flood came across, and this guy, this idiot, I don't know what he was thinking, but everybody had to come to his rescue and push him out. It was just a minute. Look at the line of cars. Yes, it was a burn scar. We had remnants of a tropical storm that actually came in this day, and it just dumped tremendous amounts of rain. Microbursts. The Lake Elsinore area is famous for its microbursts, and this happened in 2010. This is a screen capture from my video, and the microbursts, they had 90-mile-an-hour winds, and it took out like a mile long of power poles. So, and then, funnel cloud, real quick, just to get through this. This was in Yucaipa, along the northern part of the Elsinore Convergence Zone, a funnel cloud. And then landspouts. This landspout I got in 2012, September 11th. It is actually connected to the cloud. This is I don't know, this is like 4,000 to 5,000 feet, the base, and so I got this guy. That was a treasure. And this land spout I got last year in Hellendale on August 18th, and I didn't even expect it. I looked over the freeway and I said, "Holy crap, what's that?" And it ended up being, and the storm ended up being tornado warned. So anyway, I'll just wrap it up real quick. Just some information if you want to follow me. I got so much stuff; it would take me hours to share everything. But I got a YouTube. It's actually called SWSWX. So TDN Weather, Severe Studios, I stream. My Twitter is @Will_Wilkins. My Facebook is just my name, Will Wilkins. And my own website is southwestsky.net. I got tons of video, tons of pictures if you want to go look at it. But Mike Oblinsky, or the great Oblinsky, I can never catch up to you. He's the greatest. So anyway, thank you, Christian, for letting me be here.
He also goes by Wildebeest. As you can see why. I mean, this dude just put this together. This is a treat. Thanks again, Will, for speaking. You did a great job. And we're going to go ahead and get Trey Greenwood set up. He's going to be our final speaker. And after that, optional meetup at Santan Brewery if you want to have a beer or two or three or four or five. Yeah. It's on the house. That's also a joke.
Have you been drinking?
And here's also. Now look at that topic. Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
No. Message.
Yeah. All right, everybody. Trey Greenwood. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, everyone, for coming today. It's been a great convention so far, and I hope to grow this in the future. So I thought I'd talk about today a question that I've wondered, and I'm sure some of you have wondered also, is will we ever see an EF5 tornado in the desert? You know, a tornado is not something we think of when we think Arizona weather, but we have had some, and some strong ones in the past. Some EF2s and some EF3s. But nothing that pushes that threshold of EF4 and EF5 violent tornadoes. Okay. Alright, just some background information on EF5 tornado. Before I start, I'll preface the presentation by saying I'm not a meteorologist, but I think I have a pretty good handle on some of the concepts we'll talk about today. So, some background information on EF5 tornadoes. Only 59 tornadoes have been rated EF5 or F5 since 1950, and only 2% of all tornadoes are rated EF4 or EF5 tornadoes. So these are rare meteorological phenomena, Violent tornadoes caused 64% of all tornado deaths from 1950 up until the super outbreak in Mississippi and Alabama in 2011. And with EF5s, wind speeds are in excess of 200 miles per hour, the greatest ever recorded being a 318 mile per hour wind gust in the Bridge Creek and Moore, Oklahoma F5 tornado of May 3rd, 1999, which I'll talk about here shortly. So F5s are the rarest of the rare, and they are the beast of all weather beasts. Here's a map of the distribution of EF4 and EF5 violent tornadoes from 1950 through the super outbreak of 2011. And we see a lot right where we expect them to be, right in the Great Plains, Kansas, Oklahoma, and some even into Dixie Alley in Mississippi and Alabama, and even some into Pennsylvania and New York and some of the New England states. But we don't see any here west of the Rocky Mountains. And
So right off the bat, history is not on Arizona's side in terms of getting violent EF4 and EF5 tornadoes. We haven't seen any west of the Rocky Mountains since 1950. All right, so now I'll start with some of the case studies. First, some case studies on from F5 cases on the Great Plains, and then some tornado cases from Arizona, and compare them and see why haven't we had EF5 tornadoes in Arizona in the past, and then will we ever see F5s in the future in Arizona. And the first case study will be the Bridge Creek, Moore, Oklahoma F5 tornado of May 3rd, 1999. This was one of the most violent tornadoes in meteorological history. As I said, it produced a 318 mile per hour wind gust, as recorded by the Doppler on wheels. Went into a very populated area in the suburbs of Oklahoma City and did some very, very big destruction. So we'll start our analysis at 7 a.m. on May 3rd, 1999, and we see right off the bat we have a dry line, as denoted by that brownish line there. So if you're not familiar with the dry line, I'm sure most of you are, but at the dry line we have rapidly rising warm air, and we have cold dry air mass on the west of the dry line and a very moist, warm air mass to the east of the dry line, and that warm air rising in that very moist atmosphere. And we're going to get probably some thunderstorm development later in the day in that very moist atmosphere. As you can see, mid-60s dew points there to the east of that dry line. This map's a little confusing, but it's the best I found in terms of atmospheric setup on May 3rd, 1999. And you can see we have a trough in the jet stream right there, centered right over Arizona to the west of our outbreak region. And with a trough, often in the right exit region, right where it exits, just to the right of that is where you see an increase in severe weather activity. And sure enough, right over southeast Kansas and central Oklahoma, we have, it's right in that right exit region. We also have moist axes, as denoted by these green dotted lines right there, right over central Oklahoma. All those are just areas of enhanced dew points. We have, again, our dry line out here to the west, as denoted by that black line with the white triangles on it. A nice low pressure system out here to the west, and also a cold front approaching from the west as well. So our atmospheric setup looks very good on this day. And we'll see here with our map of the convective available potential energy, or CAPE, what you need in Arizona for thunderstorm development in the monsoon season is about 250 joules per kilogram of CAPE. And we're seeing 5,000 to 6,000 joules per kilogram here, right over northern Texas and central Oklahoma. So the atmosphere is extremely volatile, extremely unstable. And with our atmospheric setup, we're probably going to get some strong storms later in the day, some supercells producing large hail, damaging winds, and probably a few strong tornadoes. As we move on to 3:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time, we see our dry line has split here. Still cold, dry air on this side of the dry line, but on this easternmost dry line is where the storms are going to form and move into that extremely moist and unstable atmosphere. Dew points into the 70s here in that lime green area. And knowing something significant is going to happen, the SPC issues a high risk, the highest risk that they issue, for eastern and southern Kansas and central Oklahoma, with a 15% chance of an EF2 to EF5 tornado within 25 miles of a point in that hatched area. So this is going to be a very significant outbreak, as we see with the atmospheric setup, the extreme instability in the atmosphere, and the other factors that are factoring into this. This is what's called a hodograph, and I don't use these a lot, but this is the best representation of wind shear, a key ingredient in severe weather formation. We want to see a nice curved shape in this hodograph, meaning the winds are changing speed and direction with height, and we are seeing that right here. And as we look at our 0 to 6 kilometer wind shear, it's approaching 50 knots. And our storm relative helicity, the ability for the air in the atmosphere to rotate, is very, very strong, approaching 350 meters squared over second squared. So these storms are going to be very strong, and they are going to rotate. And sure enough, as the evening progressed, we got some big violent supercells to form in extreme northern Texas and southern Oklahoma, and moved right toward the Oklahoma City area. This is a radar image from that supercell that produced the F5, right as it was producing F5 damage in Bridge Creek. Textbook hook echo right here, and we can see a very prominent debris ball there, the radar beam reflecting off the debris spewed by the tornado. And so so when you get that extreme instability in the atmosphere, lots of moisture, lots of wind shear, and that textbook setup like we saw, we're probably going to see some violent tornadoes like we saw on May 3rd, 1999. So that was a higher end tornado case. What about maybe a lower end tornado case, something that where the atmosphere was not quite, was kind of a mediocre setup, but something maybe an outside force came in and added some energy to that system to make it a F5 producing system. And we saw that in Gerald, Texas on May 27th, 1997. A lot of meteorologists consider this one of the biggest mesoscale accidents or surprise F5 cases in history. Because again, the atmosphere was not looking very good for tornadoes that day over central Texas, but we got some, another outside force of energy into the region to make that an F5 producing system. So it's kind of hard to tell on this map, but we'll start at 7 a.m. again on May 27th, 97, and we have a trough here, but it's not really where we want to see it for tornado outbreaks. If you remember more, we saw it over centered to the west of our outbreak region over Arizona. And this is well to the north of our outbreak region over the Central Plains. And still at 7 a.m., our hand-drawn analysis, we see we have a dry line once again, as denoted right there. So the cold, dry air on this side of the dry line, and the warm, moist air. Gerald's going to be right there in that pink bullseye for the next few slides. So that rapidly rising motion along the dry line. We have a cold front out here to the west, and a low pressure system out here to the north of the region, not really helping to aid tornado development, but we have a little low that formed right along the dry line that helped increase the flow over the region. This is a skew-T log P diagram, and these are extremely confusing, so I'll kind of make this brief, but the rightmost boundary of this shaded region is the temperature of a hypothetical air parcel as it rises in the atmosphere. And the left side of this region is the temperature of the surrounding air around that hypothetical box of air. And as we see, the temperature of that parcel is much warmer than the surrounding air temperature as it rises all the way high up into the atmosphere, which produces an incredible amount of CAPE. I want you to take note of this CAPE value, upwards of 7,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE. So the atmosphere over Gerald here is extremely unstable. But as we look at our wind profiler here, basically just a map of the winds in the atmosphere, and in our lowest levels, we're seeing that the winds are changing direction, but the winds are not very strong, only about 10 to 15 knots here of wind, just above the ground. So our wind shear is, while the instability is there, the wind shear is not quite there for severe thunderstorm development. So no one thought we were going to see an F5 tornado on this day. But as we move on to 18 UTC Central Daylight Time, I think that's 1 p.m., you see our dry line still there, Gerald right along that dry line, our cold front approaching from the west, overtaking that dry line. But here's the kicker, is this squiggly line right there. And that denotes what's called a gravity wave. In the early morning hours of May 27th, 97, we had a big complex of strong thunderstorms here over Arkansas just collapse rapidly. And as that group of thunderstorms collapsed, it emitted this wave of lots of energy moving through the atmosphere. And even though we didn't have a great setup here for tornadoes, this gravity wave inserted a ton of energy into that region to make an ordinary setup look somewhat extraordinary. And we got a nice big supercell to form here over near Waco at about 18 UTC. Here's Gerald down here with our dry line and our cold front out there. That supercell, again, didn't expect a big supercell like this, but we get that gravity wave added energy to that system to get that supercell going and produce violent tornadoes moving along that dry line. So at 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time, our CAPE is still extremely good, 5,500 joules per kilogram here near Gerald. That supercell moving into that extremely unstable air down there near Gerald and exploded from that point. That here we see moving on 2 hours to about 3 p.m. Our cold front has overtaken our dry line, and that gravity wave, having already imparted its energy on the region, moving off to the southwest, and that supercell riding that dry line right into the Gerald area, right into the central Texas area. And here's a radar image of that supercell, nice little notch right there, and that nice hook echo there. This was taken right as it was weathering Double Creek Estates in Gerald, producing F5 damage. So we can see by this system that we had sort of a mediocre setup, lots of instability in the atmosphere, but not quite a lot of wind shear. So no one didn't see an F5 that day, but that's an outside force, that gravity wave, moved over the region, adding lots of energy to that system to make it an F5 producer. All right, so those were some Great Plains tornado cases. What about Arizona? And I'll start our study of Arizona's tornado cases with probably our most violent and most notable outbreak in Arizona meteorological history. That was the October 6, 2010 outbreak of tornadoes in northern Arizona. This was an early morning outbreak, primarily on October 6th, so we'll start at about 2 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. And we have a strong area of low pressure out here, just like we saw in Moore. We have a strong area of low pressure here, and what that low pressure did was bring lots of moisture into the region. Because of its counterclockwise flow, it brought lots of moisture into the region out of the Gulf of California, right over Arizona. And this dotted line represents a trough. Just like we saw in Moore, we have a trough situated to the west of the outbreak region, which helped get storms going. As we move on to 5 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, a map of our Cape and SIN convective inhibition here. We see we have very mediocre Cape here in over Arizona, only about 1,000 over central Arizona, and only about 250 over the northern reaches of the state. But we see a lot of blue, and that's the convective inhibition, that measure at the cap, that warm layer aloft that inhibits thunderstorms from growing taller and taller and becoming stronger and stronger. But here's the kicker. Our wind shear values are off the charts. We're seeing 60 to 70 knots of wind shear here over much of northern Arizona, which is something we don't see very often in Arizona. So, and we see our storm relative velocity values, the ability for the air to rotate in the atmosphere, which you need is about 150 meters squared over second squared storm relative velocity for storms to rotate, and we see 150 to 200 values over northern Arizona. So we're probably going to see some severe storms as the morning progresses. Those storms are probably going to rotate. Whether or not that rotation reaches the ground is still in question, but we did see strong tornadoes start to form just to the south of Flagstaff. Our first, we had an earlier weak tornado near Clintswell earlier in the morning, but this is our first major tornado of the day at about 5 a.m. A couple of supercells here, very nice strong storms here with velocity signatures, tornado vortex signatures, and this northernmost storm produced an EF2 tornado moving right through the Belmont area just west of Flagstaff. About 50 minutes later, same thing, another very strong storm with a nice velocity couplet there, moving again right toward Belmont, and another EF2 out of this storm at about 6:53 Mountain Standard Time, another great velocity couplet there, moving right toward Belmont. As we move on to 9 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, we see our Cape has increased, about 2,000 here over central Arizona, now about 1,000 over north central Arizona, but we see our SIN has increased. So as that cap kind of breaks up, those storms allowed to move a little bit higher in the atmosphere and become stronger and stronger. Our wind shear still very, very good, 60 knots over northern Arizona. Our storm relative velocity is still very good. So those storms are still going to rotate, probably going to get some more supercells as the morning goes on. And sure enough, we did. Another EF2 tornado out of this nice hook echo on radar, nice velocity couplet moving right toward Belmont once again. As we move on to 11 a.m., we see our SIN has almost has broken up pretty well here, and our Cape continues to increase, about 3,000 over central Arizona and still about 1,000 over northern Arizona. Wind shear here, a little pocket of 60 right there, still very good, and our storm relative velocity, nice pocket of 150 right there. And I want you to notice where these parameters line up. The best parameters in the region at that time are a pocket of 1,000, Cape there, pocket of about 60 shear there, and pocket of about 150 storm relative velocity, kind of converged right over a little area, and we got our strongest tornado of the outbreak as those parameters kind of converged over that one area. We got an EF3 right in that bullseye near Tuba City, flattening some radio transmission towers on the Navajo Indian Reservation. So as we can see from this outbreak, in Arizona, we really need those parameters to be at their best, and we really need them to converge over a little area, and that's where we're going to get our strongest severe weather, and in this case, our strongest tornadoes. This was some video from that tornado, I believe was shot maybe at the National Weather Service office in Flagstaff, one of the EF2s. You can see a nice large area of rotation there. This didn't have some, I couldn't get this on this one. They were screaming though. It's important. As you see power flashes there, that rotation on the ground. And you can see very rapidly rotating. So we got some very strong, wide wedge tornadoes out of this. Some of these even had path lengths of about 30 miles in length. You see another power flash there. But what about a tornado during monsoon season, when most of us are probably going to be chasing? So I went through our tornado history in Arizona and found one of our strongest monsoonal tornadoes, which was at EF1 near the Tonopah-Wintersburg area, west of the Phoenix area, on July 29, 2010. This tornado occurred between about 4 and 5 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. So we'll take a look at our CAPE here at 4 p.m. and we see very strong CAPE, about 2,000 to 3,000 over central Arizona. But we see we have a lot of SIN in the atmosphere, so that cap not going to allow those thunderstorms to keep growing higher and higher in the atmosphere and become stronger and stronger. But still, we have a lot of instability in the atmosphere. But here's the thing. Our wind shear is absolutely nothing pretty much over the region. Storm element velocity, same thing, almost nothing over the entire state of Arizona. But our dew points, we had a very moist atmosphere that day. Dew points, as we have heard, our dew point threshold is about 55-degree average dew points to get monsoon thunderstorms to start firing up. We're seeing about 64 to 68 here over central Arizona. So this is pretty much a typical monsoon setup. We have a lot of instability in the atmosphere, a very moist atmosphere, but our wind shear and helicity, to say the least, are very lacking. And at about 4:30 p.m., our surface satellite map here, low pressure system, thermal low pressure system over the Mojave Desert here, nice high pressure system over northern Arizona, and bringing kind of a corridor of moisture there over kind of western Arizona. And we have a trough here, just like we saw in Moore, just like we saw in northern Arizona. We have a trough to our west of the tornado region. And we had some nice convection forming right in that pink circle. I'm thinking probably this was the storm that produced the tornado. Hard to tell on this radar, but I'm thinking that would be the storm that produced the tornado. As we move on to 5 p.m., our CAPE values still very strong, about 2,000, but our SIN still very, very unfavorable here for those storms to keep growing in the atmosphere. Wind shear still nothing, helicity still nothing. But here's something that might give a little clue as to why we got tornadoes. This is called a surface moisture convergence plot. And what that is it plots winds in the atmosphere weighed down by moisture. And this chart goes from about 8 to 20 here in their values. And the higher the positive values means the more rising motion you have in the atmosphere. More rising motion means more storms that could possibly rotate. We're seeing values in 18 to 20 here right over central Arizona, right where we saw this tornado. Which means there was a lot of rising motion in the atmosphere there, and could explain why we got a little rotation in one of those storms and a brief touchdown near Tonopah. This was not an insignificant tornado. It went through Tonopah, went through a trailer park, and flattened some homes there. Some pretty incredible damage there. Injured one person. All right, so we've gone through our case studies. Let's compare to the Great Plains outbreaks from the Arizona outbreaks. And there are a lot of things to compare from these. We'll start with our troughs. We had a trough to the west here in Moore, not quite in Gerald. It was kind of a little bit too far north for our liking in terms of severe weather activity. We had a nice trough to our west in Wintersburg and a nice strong trough to our west in the northern Arizona outbreak. We had a nice surface low in Moore over the central high plains. In Gerald, we had a low pressure system kind of out of the picture in Arkansas, but we had a little bit of a low form on the dry line that helped increase the flow over the region in Gerald. Nice thermal low over the Mojave Desert, kind of a typical monsoon setup there, and a strong area of low pressure off the California coast for our northern Arizona tornado outbreak. And we also had southerly flow over the region in each of these cases. In Moore, over Kansas and Oklahoma and Texas, nice southerly flow. Surge of moisture coming into central Texas, coming onshore from the Gulf of Mexico. Typical monsoonal flow over western Arizona that day in Wintersburg, and that low pressure brought moisture in from the southwest when we had our northern Arizona outbreak. But for Moore and Gerald, there were some things there that helped those storms get going to become violent tornado producers where we didn't see in our Arizona cases. For both of these, for both Moore and Gerald, we had a dry line setup, that rapidly rising warm air right at that that dry line with other parameters in place got those thunderstorms going, which we did not see in Arizona. And in the Gerald storm, what made that kind of mediocre setup a very good setup was that gravity wave imparting lots of energy on that region, to make it, again, from an ordinary system to one that produced an F5 tornado through Gerald. We'll compare our parameters now. I've highlighted the best parameters in yellow and the worst in red, and you see in Arizona, not quite what we want to see for our parameters here in both of these cases. For instability in the atmosphere, about 6,000 in both of these cases, even 7,000 in Moore and Gerald. While Wintersburg was still good, in terms of Cape, it wasn't enough to compensate for the lack of wind shear and the lack of helicity over the region. For wind shear, actually, the Northern Arizona outbreak had the highest amount out of any of these case studies, about 60 to 70 knots here. But it wasn't enough to compensate for the lack of moisture, the lack of dew points there, and the lack of instability in the atmosphere to make that an F5 producing system. For dew points, Moore, Gerald, and even Wintersburg, very, very moist. In Northern Arizona, again, not quite as moist as we wanted to, although decent. And in terms of storm guard and felicity, Moore was very, very high value. Didn't see that in Gerald, but we got those high dew points and that extremely high wind cape along with the gravity wave to get that to be an F5 producer. And while Northern Arizona was good, a 200 value wasn't enough to get those storms to rotate rapidly and produce the F4 and the F5 violent tornadoes. So what was missing in Northern Arizona? And of course, these aren't the only parameters that could have been missing that prohibited that system from being an F5 producer. Our instability was not very good compared to Moore and Gerald and even Wintersburg. We only saw about 250 to 1,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE in that instance. Our moisture was okay, but we want to see that higher for supercells to form, stronger supercells to form. And our helicity, while very good at about 150 to 200, F5s are usually going to require more storm relevant helicity in order to get that atmosphere to rotate and produce an F5 sort of weather system. In Tonopah, what was missing? Our wind shear was squat, our storm relevant helicity was squat, so those thunderstorms were not expected to rotate. Something we haven't really talked about yet is our LCL height, which is basically an estimation of the cloud base. It was very high, as we see very often in monsoon season. Those air parcels are going to have to rise a long way in the atmosphere to become saturated and produce clouds. With Northern Arizona, we saw about 750 to 1,000 meters off the ground, which is pretty good for tornado production, pretty favorable for tornadoes, and only about 2,000 to 3,000 here, which is pretty high for our cloud bases in order to produce tornadoes. So what hinders F5 production in Arizona? Among other things, Arizona is just not the preferred meeting place for the ideal ingredients that are going to get F5s going. F5s are either going to form in ideal conditions, as we saw in Moore, textbook setup, or they're going to form in kind of modest conditions, as we saw in Gerald, but an outside force, that gravity wave or something else, is going to come in and add lots of energy to that system to make it an F5 producer. And those both are we don't see that very often in Arizona. And also we have, our topography is not the best, as illustrated by this picture. We have a lot of mountains, a lot of tall buildings. That's going to inhibit that rotation from growing and becoming F5 in intensity. So in conclusion, ideal setups just don't happen in Arizona. We've seen good setups in the past. In Northern Arizona in 2010, we saw a good setup, but nothing that was a great setup like the Moore setup has happened in Arizona. We just don't get that. And again, history is not on our side. We haven't seen any EF4 or EF5 tornadoes in Arizona, or west of the Rockies, including Arizona, since 1950. But who knows? Climate change could alter our atmosphere where energy for ideal conditions could come into places like Arizona, where previously we didn't have. We were not prone to ideal conditions. Tornado alley could shift. Who knows? You just can't rule out anything with Mother Nature. So my answer to this question, will we ever see an EF5 tornado in Arizona? It's going to be improbable, but you can't rule anything out with Mother Nature. It's not impossible. So before I end, I just want to thank you all for listening. Thanks for coming today. And for those of you chasing out there this summer, stay safe. I'll be out there. I hope to see you guys out in the field. And thanks a lot.
Someone give this man a medal. All right, well, I hope you all enjoyed the first Arizona ChaserCon. By show of hands, who enjoyed it? Yeah, that's what I want to see. Right on. Well, like I said, we are having an optional meetup at the Santan Brewery, right across the street. So yeah, and I'm looking forward to next year. I plan on putting together another conference, and it's going to be probably titled On Time. Get all the neighboring states, everybody together, collaborate, and have another good time like today. So everybody stay safe out there this season, and I can't wait to see you all next year.
Somebody's got to do it. I have known Christian for a while, but this is something that he's envisioned for quite some time. So, big hand for Christian for putting this on. He's a great guy.